that fade. We speak for the hearts that justice betrayed. Radio True Media on FM 103.9. Radio True Media on FM 103.9. Now we voice, now we power. True Media go shine like tower. We no go fear, we go talk. Even if they know how make we talk. True Media Radio on FM 103.9.
Now God we dey pray, not true we dey preach. Freedom of speech, now that we dey teach.
For so long, we go stand tall. Radio True Media,
one voice for all.
We honor the land, the struggle, the fight. We shine a light in the darkest night because we believe in hard work and faith. The Sierra Leone way. We hold the line, come what may.
Them won't set we more them, but we go shout. Now the poor man voice we they bring out.
Now we alright for know the truth. Now that make we go protect the truth.
Truth began more than it can anyone.
We are the voice, we are the flame. Truth will rise, don't know our name. We are the truth and nothing else.
Truth began, we know the play.
Now for Salon, we declare the way. Tune in every day to
Truth began radio.
3.9.
Truth began radio.
3.9. Radio True Media.
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM. We empower the nation.
Mina Yusuf Jallo, the Cow Footprints, and you they listen to Truth Radio on 103.9 FM live from Freetown. Natu Elas.
Nyabole sawo matonya ye pe gbo era o. Tonya ye pe gbo era ngatu aya gbo ngeta wa to mi na ni FM o. Tonya ye pe gbo era ngatu aya gbo ngeta wa to mi na ni FM. Mianga tu atonya ye pe gbo era o. Anya buda tonya ye mi aloma. Tonya ye le mi amome. Nyabone jagbe nyale geja ti ya nyale dwe mi do nyango ngolo to nya yepe gwo bo era we. Mi ata nu isi vena. Na mo ra mo mi do eva. Nyabora je pe buru ra mi wa bi do to nya yepe gwo bo era. Ami aga to le papa go ti ta lo ba pepe ne be da pe ne gbe nu go ma o. Ya gbo gbe ta wa to mi na ni FM ne ma. Ya mi abede amu kini mo. Ya de kini mo ni da ke me bi lo to me gbo. Ta mi aga pinga e.
Leone is a beautiful country. It's beautiful people.
Indeed, a beautiful country with beautiful people. That is the Sierra Leone we have. Good morning and welcome. It is a blessed Wednesday morning. We want to welcome you all to another edition of the Truth Morning Devotion on Truth FM 103.9. We broadcast live from the studios na Ilcott na Freetown. And we're on 103.9. We're on Facebook and YouTube. We want to welcome all we listeners from across the country and across the world. If you listen to any of the community radios na Tongo, na Kailao and Pujem, we want to say very good morning and welcome. And welcome to the people in the diaspora as well. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Whether you did a walk, whether you did home this morning, we want to say very good morning and welcome. It is a blessed Wednesday morning and today the 21st day in the month of January 2026. We're slowly running down to the end of January. So, whatever you have to do, just do it. Just do it. The world doesn't wait. That December don't done so. January now they done so. Going to February. For all you know, we will reach at the end of the year very soon. So whatever you have to do, don't just wait. And try to do something for yourself. Because the time doesn't wait for you. The clock doesn't stop because you stop. The clock this time, it stop say because this person want for stop first. Low stop the time, then we reverse them. No, it doesn't. Every other minute is added to your life. And it means a lot. And you need to remind yourself, say, you're here for a purpose. You're here to, if you believe God, if you get faith in any of the religion, you're here to worship and, do what is right. But you're also here to serve God. Because some people it's been tough for them all in life. Some people and they've been sick. Yesterday, somebody they tell me about somebody who die, and why they tell how much for begging. He say, and tell God thank you because the person has been struggling. You know, he don't sick for some time. So then tell Allah thank you that it take him peacefully. So play your own part, do what's right, serve God if you believe in God. But always remember, say there is a well, we will believe there's a year after. There's a time where you give account of what you do in whatever way, you know. So be good, be nice, you know, avoid waiting wrong. Live a peaceful life. Live a peaceful life. So good morning and welcome. One for say thank you to Allah for wake we. As always, it's a blessing for sleep and wake. You know, for sleep and wake, you don't get any problem. Na blessing, na big blessing. One for pray for people who are sick, people who are in the hospital who are sick, people who get problem. You know, people who don't die. Some man don't lay down, may not able wake. We want for you know, big pray for them. The Allah go sorry for them. And while they are alive, let Allah give we continue for give we strength and well body for continue for do the right things way we don't commit ourselves for do. People who they pan bad, let Allah pull them pan them bad then they. You know, let Allah pull them they. Let Allah bring them to the light and show them say they can be good people. One for say good morning to the First Lady, the Pano Kite. She's still there Davos as she gets several meetings them. It is Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. But one for say very good morning to the First Family, the First Lady. One for say very good morning to the security officers them, President Lodge. We officers then with Baforce Barracks and all the barracks them across the country. We police officers them, we firefighters, correctional officers, traffic wardens. Thank you so much for putting yourself out there to serve. And I want to say very good morning to all we people them, you know, we're in any difficulty they finding their way to survive. Especially we war victims them, the survivors of the war. We are all survivors, but there are people who suffer the most. The amputees, the wounded, people who they rape, we still live with them scarred and they. And we still continue to appeal to the government that, you know, people they ask for support, so not forget them. We shouldn't forget, as much as we know they forget we past, don't not forget the people that we suffer the most. You know, we can take care of them as much as we take care of with politicians and other people. Let's take care of them. Let's remember them. Like what John been say, we are not doing them a favor. We're giving them what we've been committed to, what Pakaba been committed to. Let's help them. They don't want to beg. The man says we want health care. We want education for picking them. Then bread and butter. He say bread and butter. And that's what he call them. He say bread and butter, stipend. That's not much to ask for. And we can afford it as a nation. We need to find a way. And we will continue for the play that video. They for call on the attention of the government, the authorities, for see how we should not forget these people again. We should not. For 24 years, we've forgotten them. We shouldn't. They're part of us. They are people. As much as they take care of other people, them, and so for take care of them. But good morning and welcome once more. Let us pray. As always, we start the morning devotion with prayers. We pray for ourselves. We pray for the country. We pray for we leaders them. We pray for politicians them. I'm sure now all don't see the poster they already around the billboard them. They don't flood the streets again. Don't flood everybody, you know. Yeah, but you see how people they put effort for being leaders, right? You see how then they spend resources and time for being leaders, wanting to be president of this country. Now, so for spend time and effort for all them accountable and ask them questions. At this time, you shouldn't wait. This time, we shouldn't wait until election. We shouldn't wait. We for start and now. Watch all over. The election fever they on now. You know, my colleague Dixon been talking now. He said 2026, na election time. Watch everybody they move. Everybody they move. They hand in our governments and they do their subtool campaign. They hand the opposition, then I open one. Everybody is campaigning. Everybody. We're into politics. This is a year of action. We go for the TikTok, but we're in politics now. We the people and for accept that. And we for be conscious. We for understand. Saying at the time this, we were very powerful. We're the people. Now we get the power. Power belongs to us. Well, let us pray. Lord, pray for ourselves. Let God give you the awareness and consciousness for understand. Say, this time, one of us sing and dance and turn up no more. You know, we for ask questions on how to address the critical issues. But let us pray. Let's call on Allah for guide we, for protect we. You know, we leaders them, we politicians them, we country. Let Allah make them right for we. Let Allah make we able to choose the right person. And let give we leader we get sorry at. Empathy. What me paddy can say, not for stop at sorry at no more. Say forget discipline. If we get discipline as well, it never be possible with all thing. We get president, we get leader in a country where now want the best motorcar, now want the best host, then you have a problem, you know. You have a problem. Maybe party and the talk, then they say the president has access to some of the best vehicle where the country can provide. But if you want extra, if you get leader them, apart from waiting and get waiting the state they provide for them, they want extra things them. Man, you're in a problem. But let us pray. Lord, not forget God. Let's start the devotion with prayer. Let us pray for ourselves, we pray for our leaders them, we pray for our country. And join we in prayers as my man and alumni can say, we not serve you in prayer, Allah the answer. So let's say amen, amen. You know, just say amen, amen. So Allah go answer our prayer. Let us pray, we'll come back shortly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We start with prayer with the leaders them in this country. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let Allah protect and guide them. Let Allah let them continue for do the good work with and they can do, inshallah. All the leaders them go to the educational sectors. All the big man in this country, everybody we try and this country with the ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, let Allah protect and guide them. So inshallah, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إسرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جحد البلاء والدرك الشكا وسوء القضاء والشماتة الأعداء اللهم إياك نعبد ولك نصلي ونسجد وإليك نسعى ونحفد نرجو رحمتك ونخشى عذابك إن عذابك الجد بالكافرين ملحقا سلام سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
In Jesus' name we pray. Everlasting God, one for tell you plenty thank you for this nation, Sierra Leone. One for bless you for what you don't do, for the peace. Father, we thank you for the government. We thank you for Sierra Leoneans. One for give you all the praise, all the honor and adoration. Papa God, now even as you will tell, we say that we pray for the one that would end in our power. Lord God Almighty, I commit the president, commit his team, commit his family, commit the vice president, commit his team, commit his family, commit the ministers, parliamentarians, all stakeholders then at this country. With the lead we, Papa, I lay them at your hand. I pray that you continue for protect them, continue for cover them, continue, Father, for give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and continue for help them. Let them continue for rule this nation, and continue for push this country go before. Papa God in heaven, I tell you plenty thank you for the picking them where they go school today. I ask, oh God, that you go with them. The one that they take motorcar, the one that they walk by foot. I ask that you give angels charge over them. Let us then they go. Let them go safely and let them return home safely. Cancel every accident. Cancel evil. Makituma and them, keke riders, bike riders. One that we don't grab this morning for go and spend money, for go on their different homes, different jobs. Papa, I pray that you go with them. Pray that you open the heavens over them in the name of Jesus. I also ask for this land, Sierra Leone. Let we continue to enjoy peace. Let we continue, Father, for live as one. Let we live in unity, oneness, and togetherness in the name of Jesus. Everlasting Father, you take charge. Have your way and do that which no man can do. Forever be God over this land. Cover us alone and protect us alone. For in Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
This one where we go, family members say yeah. One day go come, where we all go. Go we know, we go meet Papa God. Go we meet Daddy God. Tell me waiting you go say. This one where we go, family members say yeah. One day go come, where we all go. Go we know, we go meet Papa God. Go we meet Daddy God. Tell me waiting you go say. This one where we dey so yeah me brother, we just dey yaba we said. This one where we dey so yeah me sister, we live on a vanity. You yaba sote brother, you learn and begin go. You struggle sote mama, you marry them born pikin. You labor sote papa, you no send by motorcar. Dunya no dey forever and die no dey take life. Once that day they don't come. Some man dey looking brother he kill am for money and property. Some man dey looking sister he hate am because he no wan make it better. Some man dey looking compete well for position and workplace. But we remember say dunya no dey forever. This one where we go, family members say yeah. One day go come, where we all go. Go we know, we go meet Papa God. Go we meet Daddy God. Tell me waiting you go say. This one where we go, family members say yeah. One day go come, where we all go. Go we know, we go meet Papa God. Go we meet Daddy God. Tell me waiting you go say. Thing where I wanted for make we talk but now the thing we don't make plenty married us don't scatter. Some man married me well for be watchman na host. Some man be get a woman business and let's not angel in married. 24-hour per day, he dey up and down with density. When you ask someone waiting, we say that woman get all thing. He get house and motorcar, he get pikin na house. Not all house and property, that woman be married. Oh, well, when you talk her, brother, you left her. When you talk and the dog, no forget to talk and the go. But that they go come. This one where we go, family members say yeah. One day go come, where we all go. Go we know.
All where we dey, Fambul members say one day go come. We will all get for go. Not forget to, anyhow you powerful say anyhow you na the how them can call her. you know the most powerful person. Anyhow you are. It doesn't mean which money you get. You know that day go come. We all go. You know you could die. You get for die. You did die. Oh. You did die, and you don't know when you did die. Oh. Well, I don't know if people and they will know when they die, but definitely we all get for die, and it comes one day. But we need to prepare ourselves. Amen. Amen. So them prayer and they are like guide we country. I've been talking just so about the posters them all around. Posters them all around. This is a Remembrance Week. Remembrance Week is the end today as part of the Remembrance Day declaration we President Biobi make when January 18. So today the 21st, they mark 1 week way since we then pin the president. But yeah, for remind ourselves, say politics, that be make we go power, bad politics. Not a politics, but bad politics. Very bad politics will practice. As a people, as a country, and I make we go to war. And we still see them sign and they nepotism, tribalism, poverty, corruption. I ever talked to the director of public education at the anti-corruption this morning, anti-corruption commission, about some building where the commissioner put out yesterday say they get for sale. They out for sale and they put them out for sale where somebody and say use corrupt money from NRA bill. Whoever show the building as well. But it just tell you say the thing they always make we go to war, the thing that will make people and become very disgruntled. Still they live with we. And it's politics and politicians. You don't see how politicians and they protect them ballots, them votes. You don't see how politicians and they fight by election. I'm sure you've seen that. You've heard it. You don't ever see politicians they fight that kind of way they for protect we lives them or for do things them right for we. You don't ever see that way they. If only the efforts we put on politics and elections, we can put them on development. Wallahi, this country they change. But we the people them, that we they dance and we they sing right now. We they pan sing and dance. And they see, like the other day I told you guys, yeah, I feel bad. And they see how we politicians and politics, they use vulnerable people. Sometimes we mama them, we sister them, we woman them. For pittance. Go put them on the sun, go put them in the treats, they dance and sing for them. They're not getting anything new for Teluna. So then they're not in a past government for 5-10 years. They've served. They not change anything in our life. They not do things that we could change in our life. Una picking the born, we una grow up all the problem that una grow up is still there. If somebody get power 5-10 years, enable address social issues, enable address your problem them. Now we can get power back to solve the problem. Somebody don't get power 5-10 years, enable solve the problem. Now we get back to the solve. You need for begin ask critical question. Whose kind way una want solve the problem in this country? The most basic things. You're not asking person to take you up space. No. The most basic things. How you go wake na morning, you know, go for wake you picking and say, una go find Watana Junction. How you go wake na morning, you know, worry say, me usai bread and butter go come out today. You're sure that there's job there. You picking them. If not to you say you picking them. Get job. They able to take care of you. Healthcare day, you picking no go sick, you begin member, me usai go pull money. Now I make them medicine the other they sell and treat plenty so. One great medicine and go tell you say the men pass 10 sick. The men malaria, the men typhoid, the men rumbele, the men lagba, everything. One great medicine, go na lonely, they read them. One great medicine. I read them, they advertise one ORS na that place in Lawak. But you know, there was the traffic lights been they so parked by the petrol station the wait. I read the speaker and they advertise the ORS. If they tell you the thing, they would under the men na your life. Where is the drinker? You know, get for sick again. But because, you know, affordable health care. How you go be sure say, I cannot get plenty money, I go to public government hospital, can be treated. People only give account of how when they go to this hospital, people and they ask them for money. Even people who for benefit from the free health care. The account of them, it's happening before our eyes. These are the issues we for discuss. But not of people who they can begin make nothing all day for development Salome new again. Nothing all day. Nothing all day. It's the same text, the same book, the same script as Swami Padiki say. Now the same script. Now sometimes the author then can different no more. But not the same. So if we don't get consciousness and awareness at this time, we think say we for dance for everybody. Now dance, sing and dance, someone sing and dance. So they are kind and bangiso, they are kind and bangiso. Get group of people, cycle. They are kind and benefits, then go. Women in the opposition and go vex because they don't get access to the resources. Then sabi all the problems, solution to all the problems, then sabi am. Then sabi usai government they waste money. Then sabi waiting for push this country go before. But when they have the opportunity, we start complaining again because we the people and before we give them power, we don't hold them accountable. The one that we get power, we don't hold them accountable. We don't ask them questions they can campaign to we. You don't see how politicians they protect ballot box, they protect votes. You don't see how politicians they invest by election for power. You don't see. You understand how they do that. I keep telling you guys here, election time, almost every other politician they go right across this country. They go to every place they campaign, even the remote place beside them now, Koinadugu where for go. They will go there, Tambaka or wherever. They will reach there and campaign. But after election, we should be lie. See, you need to see there again, sir. You're not a priority. And they shouldn't make you a commodity. Not to election, tell no more for value. For value 360 right across. Because this country, now we all own. Now you get the power. Now you they give power to politicians. Now you they give them a contract. I want rule na this and this I want do. Give them, vote for her. But if you ask question before you vote, if you not there today, why una not been do this better? Una not there now this time to this time. Why una not do this one una been say una they do? Why we still get light problem? Why we still get water problem? Why we still get health with the pay? We get issues with health care. Let them answer una question and try for convince una. Not about dance or that fine or that sabi or na me famble. You know, development doesn't lie. When it happens, everyone feels it. It happen and we life them. You feel them, you see them. When it's bad, when it doesn't work, they always give you an example per light. If lights go, you need to pick who's APCOs, SLPPOs. It doesn't pick. Water, if you not come, you need to pick. When it works, everyone benefits. So something and they collectively, we as a people, for even sometimes forget about which party, who that this, who that they collectively with the people them either party for demand for things them way they make we life better. Live a dignified life. Watch inside people and they live in this city. Watch inside this city, inside people and they live. Are you okay with that as a Sierra Leonean? You okay? Usai they live? Usai you there? You okay with how you life there? Watch how many young people they run the streets, they beg. Don't get nothing for do. Watch how we city there. Not only the city, go on a western rural and see. And that dirty pass. Yanda, you not go and beg in our salon there. God. You know, salon, sometimes I can ask myself, now me the problem or now we waking things can be better done in a better way. Now we the problem or now the people that they lead with. But this time, you don't see the poster there, man. You see how much they spend for doing thing and they for campaign and all. Ask questions about your life. You want to live a dignified life, affordable housing. Lots of people who they cannot pay no more and work for able to get money and bill also. I go for cash on that guy else. People will get job in a government or MDs. It's an average Sierra Leonean, at least the basic things when you right, now human rights. Forget decent place for live. Water, lights not for be problem. Healthcare, education. These are basic things. Public transportation. Basic things. I can find bus and come. 50. Not to, the last time they said 13 pack. We have to pay attention to them bus and as well. They've been doing well. And I've been saying, yeah, if we see them allow them, they not succeed. And then we not try for ARPA. Now 2 years they cancel. For the member of ARPA, them boss and now. The last time we checked, they said 13 pack. We not do God nothing. You know what I mean, eh? We also do God bad or we make things and they happen to us. So now we bad to ourselves. Now we are wicked people. And now we the people them for sit down and understand say we can make our lives better. The people who they rule with where they go pan politics. Now few people them. Not that them better pass you. No. Not that them get the country, not so you get her. No. Now we all get the country. And I swear then swear we na this then do it. No. Now you they go vote. Eh? Now you they dance and sing. You don't come out dance and sing where you go now house pump lock. You begin call. I start to go call WhatsApp for me like you know able open pump and wash you still they come out go dance back. Lights not there. Ask questions. Demand answers. All people accountable. I think you know that picking analogy. Pikin we born 2007. I mean the country again. We alhamdulillah. We now will talk for them picking. But because we born 2007, right? They grew up in a government, under a government rule for 10 or 11 years, 10 years, let's say 10 years. When able to address water and light problem, healthcare, public transportation, education. They don't grow up inside another government. Well, these governments get time for us. Let's see what thing will happen by 2028. This is a year of action. But if we don't fix the problem now, till 2028 and after, then that picking don't grow up, it go 20 or so years with two presidents when able to solve water, light, proper healthcare, education problem. Yeah. And that picking if other leader come, they do 50, they do 25, 30 years, the problem not solved. Instead, now so you get for the complaint like we no more. You go left in case to God now. Say, well, me and the one who the Canada go can enjoy. But we get the power. Country na people and they change them. Nobody know they come up can change them for you. I've been to Saudi, man. Na place suicide religion day. But there's no way they show you say na people and come up can make ya. All the things that they show you, they go show you how the prophet then tell them how them build road. People they use their hand them for build road. Then build host them. We still there. No sign out they yanda religion they only go for go worship. The Kaaba self road they go round. Now people and build them. They not they tell you say na opi come away for don't kandong. No, the people. Nobody they can build for we now we safe. And if we not take responsibility and think say na politics somehow the power we if that this party they na power no now you know like you not go hate this country. How me go you know, people in the way it's in country, people in the way wicked actually, but some of we don't pass that level for hate person because you get power or because you want to be politician or want to go to power. For waiting. Like I said, a choice. We all not go be politicians. And some of us, if we want to, we'll definitely go there. And if we go there, we all go push. You know? But it's a choice. Yeah, I mean, not to say people who go from politics are bad people. But they're humans. We're all humans. We're not perfect. They're bad politicians, definitely. Just like they are bad journalists. They're bad civil servants. Bad doctors, nurses, lawyers. In every profession. Bad people, citizens as well. But now I make we the people. Before hold people accountable. Let them understand, say, people will ask you questions when you come to campaign to them. Not for sing and dance for you no more. So this Remembrance Week, as the end today, let me remind ourselves, the thing that will be make we go to war. They're still there around the way. Oh. Nepotism, tribalism, corruption, unemployment, poverty. They're still there with we. So for make efforts, and a politician them been do them thing then day. For make efforts for address them, which we politics. We politics for work for we. If for work for we, and address the things them, we go make we avoid anything with a problem. And enough for be about do or die. Enough for be so. Anyways, so take a pledge this morning. We'll come back, can't do the roll call. We can talk to Abubakar Chue, the Director of Public Education, the Anti-Corruption Commission, on the building the way they put out, say, get for the out for sale. Get for talk about that matter. Let's take the pledge as that our commitment to this country. So we always put interest above all else, because Salon big pass we all. Big pass we all. People come and go. This country they left. If you not play your part, you not do it right, not show Salon love, Salon no go show you love. Let's take the pledge. We'll come back shortly.
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her honor and good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity, and put her interest above all else. So help me God.
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her honor and good name, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity, and put her interest above all else. So help me God. So help me God.
You know what time it is? Youth man, youth man. I make we land for ask questions, but things them where they happen now in sweet nation. You name the resources, waiting bends on benefits this nation. From independence to 50 years of celebration, where they make you man and they think I'm say something for them better. I still under British colonization. They still not a question. Should be one of the richest countries in the world, but we still why we not a question? Why poor people just the poor? They rank and then they better. Why? Waiting do we not a question? Why make na salon no more the young nor they grow? Oh salon. Why we not a question? Why make na ya no more education nor they grow? Oh salon. How the internet slow, now so we slow. Anyone then give me say oh. Big development, corruption, first position, clap for us. I know that's such occupation. This took our first man something. Go bear with a big na boduya. Una kill we slow, una shoot we right on sight. Yeah, maybe then they go better. Everybody say na 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 na. Everybody say. Yes, I go try for unite this generation. Sabotage, make them misunderstand the intentions. Making away smart, but must ask you the question. One day, mama, why we still live on the same conditions? Why then it go be big question? You go answer, mama, papa, making confrontation. All these fucking kids in a fire bone, now we all young. You know, don't know the cost they and we see them when I say them not for us, kuna nothing. How long for the ala for the moment? As 2-3 months pass so. Next man said, wait for you to talk for pattern and boy. In this country gets, how come they no able share among 6 million population? We know they ask questions to the tax savior. As they reach there, so Papa God, you know, now for them second and family, tell them go. Well, if Salon for being get 50 million people, hey, you left. You don't die. Man, they know reach 6 million, said man in the suffer. So you want to add 40-something million people back. We will not cham who said. Politics, yeah. No basis such occupation. Go there with the baby na go do ya. Before na kill we slow, na shoot we right on sight. And maybe then they go better. Everybody say na 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 na. Everybody say na 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 na. Who's them Somebody they cry and say, then sack from the work because one day you wear green polo. And because in them na boake, now when them broke, they know how for solve.
Ask question. It doesn't mean which political party you belong. The political party na people and Didi, na Sierra Leoneans, na people and the former. If it doesn't work, watch. APC just don't announce. Today we're going to talk to CD Tunis about the APC lower level election and planning, you know. Political party there, you see how then they run the election them, eh? And they start from lower level. It tells you how development for day, how governance system for day. Everybody forgets to say from low, the least person, world level. So you watch the political party and then get position them for everybody. From list, then get religious leaders, then back safe, then get chaplain, then get imam, then get all kinds of things. It tells you how the political party and the function. So now so the state for day. Now so we forget inside them political party, then like we then get the imam then. So they forget the imam, the pastor, they would tell them too. Say no, this is all right. This is how this should happen. Doesn't mean say we tell person to you more. Or when you ask question, you to continue. I've been not telling you that day. Let nobody not tell you that day. Say you opposed to. No, if possible, listen. KKY been say the economy doesn't lie, but now I think that's what you been say. But the economy, life, development, you know they lie. What lie? No, in propaganda, no they pan propaganda. Where things change now, you like where lights they. You know they complain. You they get the lights. Where pump up you need to get her. You what you they complain for? Where life better? People in the siampa yourself. But we need for agree. Now we the people and for agree. Nobody they can make care for we. Now they vote. Now they sing and dance and turn over. If we not do it right and not accept say we need for change how they do things and do things in the right way. Especially with politics. We will continue for complain. It doesn't matter who is in power. It doesn't matter who. If God, but again, God go sorry for we, but now for sorry for ourselves. I just tell you now about Saudi. Other country them. And they tell you say Rome wasn't built in a day, but now people and build Rome. Now people, not a person come up, not to from up and can and build Rome. I'm not sure say any side where they wouldn't go tell you say now alien and commercial so I can build something. I know it's people. I just want to give you example about I've been to Saudi. I don't go na historic place them. But when they show you, they never tell you say now people and come up can down and can build them place and deal. They tell you say now the prophets and in Sahaba them now them build this road with them bare hands. You they see. Even the Kaaba, how they go around and worship. It was built by people. And if we not accept and agree, say, the politics we don't they play or how we don't they happen for change, politics for benefit with life, not to individuals, for benefits everybody for able to live a dignified life. We see system them for work. I talk days here for feed picking then na remand home, picking the all the way they caught up with the law, within a remand homes. We can't provide food for them. We for be ashamed of ourselves. This age and time, see people when they run around with SUV and all about in our life, and we can't take care of kids we keep at remand homes. We talk about development. Like I said, we need to ask for plenty thing. Do the basic things with politics for work for we. For change we life. I mean, I want to go up space so we'll reach that point so we'll go there. Lunge Bridge being for more they talk about and cable car titi they. No, like Rankin said, the low hanging fruits, fix the common things where directly we all the benefit from. Yeah. Good morning once more and welcome. Lord, do the whole call this morning. They talk through to yourself, pass you for talk through. Now remembrance weekly, that's today the end. We'll ever take stock, hopefully tomorrow we'll ever talk to some people about the commemoration of the remembrance. But tomorrow we'll complaint session as well. You ever call and tell you what's in the happen area. But good morning, David Shedrack Wongo, Gabriel Indolo Lebi, Ibrahim Mansare, Nabila Musa Kamara, Bailo Bari, Sajo Jalo, Abdurrahman Tijan, good morning, Daike Kuma, Mohamed Jalo, Suma Abdullah, Augustine Momo Davis, Abakar Jalo, Lamboy Richie, Jibril Toure, Augustine, yes, Adoa Kitewa Bultman, Daike Kuma, Barisin Baba Sane, Alima Tu Damonekene, good morning, Kali Kamara, good morning, George A. Kagbo, Ibrahim Mansare, Noel Pizzo Wright, Stephen Ronald, Emmanuel Ivan Vincent, Mustafa Payo Sise, Celia Boma, Cabinet Kaba, Albert Simbo, Bumisera Thompson Mote, good morning, Amanatu Sanusi, good morning, Mer Kaba, good morning, Sufia Abib Tunis Kiawu, good morning, Salu Sise, good morning, Safwan Bangura, Ramia Jalo, good morning, Jaden Ken, good morning, Jaden, Frederica Crispina Johnson, Kamara Mohamed Alassan, good morning, Edwina John, Mohamed Gulba, Joseph Aruna, Olawumi Koka, good morning, Shiba Concept, Shiba, good morning, Jaya Koka, good morning, Albert Ia Bonzu, good morning, good morning, Tunde Romario Scott, good morning, Ras Tija, good morning, my brother, good morning and welcome. Good morning, Marie MC, John Karim Kylie, Mustafa Bobo Ali Mubari, Richard Fallo Sandi, good morning, Lamin Andrew Kamara, good morning, Richard Kamara, Donald Blake, good morning, Peter Beckley, P. Bex, good morning, Kande Koma, good morning, Mohamed Gulba, good morning, Fuad Ramos, good morning, Eddie Grant, good morning, Sia Fumba, Yanamina Kamara Freeman, Musa Masakoy, good morning, Luciano Sise, good morning, Bimba Semabu Kamara, Dola Zoka, Kaisheku Chendeka, Kusna Bayo, Peter James, Mohamed Siba, good morning, Mo Salia, Lamfia Dabunde Konde, Kamara Mohamed Alassan. We get new student there, Abubakar Munu, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is a blessing as always, as I can say, for getting on the program. We not take them for granted, we did do everything we can, but we all get a role for play. We all as a people. John Conte, JK, good morning. Joke say Dubai have been in. Dubai. Read the history about Dubai. Now everybody want to go to Dubai. We all Dubai give a hospital. I see them go visit that hospital. For me, anyway, one me paddy can say Salon can tire, but don't be tired. We'll play our part until that time. Other people then go come. We can do this better than us. They can do it. They can do it better than us. But good morning, everyone, and welcome. We need for be intentional. We need for agree, say, if you do things the same way, and it's not changing. For me, development is about how do we address the basic things. How do we, the world, other country, then they run, then they move. We all do agree, say, we can't do things the same way and say things go change. No, we shouldn't. Let's take a very quick video from the program with the Ministry of Information and Civic Education, in collaboration with SLAJ, be organized for, remember, fallen journalists we've been died during the war. As senior colleagues have been sharing stories, and the day before yesterday, like I say, Mr. Nicole don't teach me media history, but waiting and learn that day, I think we need for document them and teach them as well. Now the mass communication school them across the country, because it explained the sacrifice way some journalists the media make, for reports waiting being there happen. Let's take that video there quickly. We can talk to Abubakar Toure, the Director of Public Education at the ACC, and after that we go talk to our guest. We first guest this morning, Celia Tunis, on the APC preparation for the lower level election. Then we're going to talk to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on the amendment bill with the non-gazette we possibly get for going to Parliament. Continue for stay with me.
Make I ask fellow Ultima if you can stand. We don't
Well, that's now the event na way the Ministry of Information and Civic Education be organized with SLAJ. Be recognize journalism, fallen journalism during the war. And like I said, it was very, very, very interesting. Usai, you know, Kelvin Lishan story, Dr. Spencer, how Radio Democracy came, you know, Anna Fuller, Sylvester Rogers, Tambayo was there, Aja Kadi Johnson. You know, I think I just agree say we need to document this part of it. And not just with the journalism, teacher then they will tell you waiting themselves go through, religious leaders them, police officers, you know. And it's good we don't ignite this conversation about remembrance there for remember. But don't not forget the TRC recommendations them back and the TRC, you know, the things the way the TRC been say make we go to war. Then still there around with poverty, corruption, nepotism, tribalism. Still there around. And now we politics for fix them, we politicians them. But now we the people them for agree for fix them as well with the politicians them. Because now get the power. Now they give power. Nobody need fix here for if we not agree and be intentional say we for fix things. If things have not been working this way, let's try this way and fix it. We all. Because when it's good, and we all enjoy them, brah. They never make all the picks for APC or SLPP. Everybody they enjoy. When things are bad, it affects all of us. So let we all work together. Let we all, because now this country no more we get. We all not able to run away come and go other side. We all can't. Watch how the world they right now. Other countries and they throw away cities in them. Everybody they rush for going back home. And they watch yesterday, there's this Kenyan who has been in the US. Now Reuters have been the watcher online. He's been in the US, you know, now they go school, you don't get like three you get PhD, part of the degree them we get. he self-deport to Kenya because he say he not feel safe. He not get paper. He been get issue with him forced married, and he not still able to get him paper with all the years we don't spend the, don't go through education, don't work there. So he self-deports to Kenya. He said because he not only the all on the streets they embarrass him, in picking them day, in picking them sit down, they then go live with that forever. He self-deports can Kenya until everything settled. People and they move. They deporting. You are the foreign minister, yeah. People you see what President Trump they do now the world. So if you not make your fine, anyway, let's talk to Abubakar Ture, the Director of Public Education, na the Anti-Corruption Commission. Yesterday, the Anti-Corruption Commissioner Francis Ben Kaifala been put out this notice. He announced, say there's this house where he show na in Facebook page. He show a building. I just read within. He say unexplained wealth. The Anti-Corruption Commission will be selling this. That at the building. Simon, you can show the building. And 2 other large houses on auction or by private treaty to return billions of leones, money lost to corruption at the National Revenue Authority. For you who have clean money and wants to buy a seaside ultra-modern home fit with complete electronic security, e-home systems and fully furnished, ready your money now. It is the most modern and beautifully finished home I have ever seen in Sierra Leone. 3-story and designed with perfection. It also has a penthouse that views the sea in 3-dimensional view from the bed and living area. Even the waiting area, poolside and boys' quarter was designed with modern perfection. Reserve price will be set after valuation. We have a court order to sell it and 2 orders as unexplained wealth and return the money to the people of Sierra Leone without delay. Open your eyes, people. The revolution is real under President Bill. Then this morning, the post say, so many people interested to buy. How do we even start? When I get money, I'm impressed and shocked at the array of offers for that house. Really, highest bidder will win and will be open. So let's read the press release where the anti-corruption pull yesterday. And after that, I go to Abubakar Ture. We're there on the telephone line now for talk to we from the Anti-Corruption Commission. It say High Court endorses ACC-led settlements in the state versus Abu Kamara and orders forfeiture of 3 properties to the state. The High Court of Sierra Leone, Olden at Freetown, presided over by the Honorable Justice A.T. Ganda on Monday, 11 January 2026, formally adopted the minutes of settlement agreement in the matter between the state and Abu versus Abu Kamara. Good morning, Abubakar Ture, and welcome to the Truth Morning Devotion.
Yes, good morning, Amadullah Maraba, and thanks for having me this morning.
So this us where we the show where we show just now. Na in the host way on a police statement yesterday, na the settlement agreement between the state and Abu Kamara where the High Court had formally adopt.
Yes, definitely. It's one of the houses. By our press release where we pulled yesterday, now 3 houses. That also where you see so now one of the hosts there. And of course, as you have don't read, and of course you don't mention the statements where the Commissioner Francis Ben Kaifala be put out yesterday, and he gave very good description of the house. This is a massive house, a very big house, well furnished with chamfered glass all over the house, with a penthouse, swimming pool. So you look at that kind of house. This house now, we believe in a process of unexplained wealth, and that make the commissioner decide say we for really go after them property they also, and of course recover them so that the money after we don't do the valuation of the houses and we sell them, the money they go back to the consolidated.
You want to take me back, please, about how this whole case when it starts and waiting have been the thing way una investigate Abu Kamara about, waiting at the amount, waiting at the been the issue una indict him for.
Yes, so last year we start this NRA investigation. And then the NRA investigation, on ourselves will remember that one way the National Revenue Authority be start first and carry the matter going to CID, but later the Anti-Corruption Commission get wind of that information. They say there is that kind of investigation we go on CID. So the commissioner will decide for contact the leadership of both the NRA and the Sierra Leone police. Say this matter, like, I mean, the way it appears, it will be a matter for the Anti-Corruption Commission. So the commission, they can inside fully the CID, of course, the Sierra Leone police, they hand over the full investigation to the Anti-Corruption Commission. But unfortunately, the gentleman, Abu Kamara, be the finance manager at the National Revenue Authority, they gets wind of this fact, the Anti-Corruption Commission don't really take over this investigation. So by the time you know it, they get for free. They go out of the country, and up to this time, they're out of the jurisdiction. But never mind, we still go on with the investigation. So I'm thoroughly, of course, very good investigators at the ACC, and we really believe we get the required threshold for let we send the matter going to court. And at that exactly we be do. Last year we made sure that we indict, and of course we send the matter going to court when at the High Court of Sierra Leone. So it was then that your legal team, the team will be the representative in a court, they approach the commission and say, okay, we really want for make we settle this matter. And then, of course, the court normally gets what they call consent judgment. So all them things are where you see now a consent judgment, because the guy, when Abu Kamara, and they really say yes, most of the things that will come out with against them, they are factual. And then he really give consent to, I mean, he really agreed that, yes, in confessing involvement in this scam within the National Anti-Corruption.
Is there a value of money as to how much actually, Abu Kamara, the court or whatever find one thing? Because at the seed say Abu Kamara get settlement with the state. Waiting on a settle for, is there an amount where on after on a value the property them?
No, well, the thing is, say one of the charges against Abu Kamara, the charge of unexplained wealth. So, for example,
unable quantify.
No, for now we're not going to quantify. Valuations will be done, but Amadou Lamranaba, when you see that kind of massive house, this again is just one of the houses. When you see that kind of house, say at least we probably go get at least then $500,000 from that kind of house. That's not just a guess, but valuations will be done. Then later on, of course, they will be.
Who side the other host?
Okay, so the other host then at Freetown, then there is another one waiting.
Who sign a Freetown? Why would I not show that host there as well? Who sign a Freetown?
Yeah, let's just take it small. The thing is, we don't put out this one.
Yeah, but this now the People's Commission, and now the people now unexplained wealth. If we not show that host, why we not go show side the other host, and then who's one at the other host? Why we not have not go be transparent and show the public saying at the host and there? So we self go see. And what they pass, they would say that they use this way Abu bill with people and money. Why would I not show the public?
I agree with you perfectly. And I think the commissioner don't already talk to it.
I understand there is another house in Babadori where Abu Kamara gets a very big house as well. Is that the other house in Freetown?
I'm not going to be able to tell you the exact location of the other house. But if you just go wait, you surely go get for see the other house, or get for publish them, or get for definitely come back to members of the public who publish the house, give videos of the other two houses that were involved. As I say again, Commissioner, they already don't start the process yesterday of publishing the videos and pictures of one of the houses. Definitely the other house and people and members of the public will get for see them. It's not a TV with the
so all three the house and a Freetown then they?
Yeah, two of the houses then are Freetown, the other one then are Bow.
I understand say you get other business places as well, like supermarkets or whatever. You're not aware of that?
Yeah, well, based on we reports where we be pulled last time, that publication will be, the press release will be pulled. Yes, will be states some of the other property than they. But you know, when you go into a settlement agreement, sometimes you go get for say okay certain things, and then you go get for the fact that the person always time the process now the court, and not forget this is something
But
we
this is
also
a public
involve
money.
the
You
court.
don't need to let the public know all waiting Abu use public money for bill, you know?
Yes, so waiting we do now for let we make sure say we investigate the matter, and we look at your level of involvement. So now your level of involvement, the things that we will feel say you do, now that way they will take for let we settle for what we really settle for.
So where Abu presently?
Well, based on the information, is still the outside Sierra Leone.
So who don't settle with?
Now of course he gets an illegal team.
But I don't understand. I clearly don't understand this. Abu is out of the country, and when I settle it, when I'm able ask for extradition for no side there, so he could come and face the law, or we're just satisfied with settling with him at that level.
So what really happened? You know, say the anti-corruption law also provide for trial in absentia, and that's exactly what they do. So if let's say we charge somebody in a court, then appear in a court, then they invoke that provision inside the Anti-Corruption Act, and that's exactly what they do. So he's still there outside, but he was represented in court.
Una sabi uside?
Sorry?
Una sabi uside? Because SCC can ask for extradition, right? You can request for that, right?
It depends if we also get an extradition treaty with the country side day. So again,
no, but I'm asking. I make a ask if on a Sabi side day. Do you know where he is? In lawyer they able I confirm side day.
This na information we may not get presently. I will therefore also confirm that whether or not we even know side day. But I know no more say they outside Sierra Leone.
So after this, we don't have anything to do with Abu again. We don't get any case with Abu. Don't settle already.
Yeah, but again, let's just hasten for say, we get a very big investigation we still go on when we get for do with NIA. So let's say, for example, there are any new evidences will not become to the knowledge prior to this settlement. Then we think say it gets some involvement there. Then definitely we can still investigate those matters, and also make sure say we check and go to court and do the necessary things that we will for do as a commission. So this not really tie with hands. So like for example, if he had been involved in some other issues, NIA will not ever come to the attention, then definitely we can still make sure say we investigate those matters and charge and go to court. And let me also not forget say, sorry, Lamana still need to keep just. So let me also not forget say, the things that we will settle on, now things that we get for do with waiting with the investigator for, not the things that we really not come to the knowledge. So with the ongoing investigation we get for do with NRA, if there are any new evidences we get for do with any aspects of own involvement, then definitely we can still investigate them and do the necessary action.
So what's in our ask, finally, Abubakar Ture, other people and they were involved in this same matter, or it's just Abu?
Yeah, so you are aware, I think I will be tell you the last time that the people will be arrested, this BNTM, we get for do with an NRA, they all get for do with this investigation. So yes, definitely we get other people and we do investigate right now in relation to the same matter.
Una get any people when NRA staff them in custody presently, we una investigate?
The one that we get the last time that they report every day, every single day that they report at the Anti-Corruption Commission, because the matter is still under investigation and some of them have been put on bail. And again, we still invite other persons of interest in this investigation for letting the reports at the Anti-Corruption Commission, but they are not currently in custody.
So waiting, I want to clarify is this building and the other two buildings them will belong to Abu. Now a settlement when I get with Abu, but na no Abu sa Abu de na in lawyer they represent him.
So as I say again, I'm not going to tell you say the commission no knows say Abu Day. When I get that information, I will definitely come back and tell you, say yes, we are aware. But as I say again, he is outside the jurisdiction. He is outside Salon right now. So, but in your legal team, make sure say they represent him, and of course we get the settlement agreements within team.
Then you want to assure the public say una go show outside the other building and then whatever properties them where Abu gets the other building then a free tongue.
Surely, at Lamgana, we already don't start the process. We'll be just once yesterday for let we release that one. They let people really see how corrupt certain people are and how people are really misuse government money. So now that make we want to let people and sit down and digest and really understand the nature of the case where we really investigate. So now that make we say don't put them out in bits. So we had already put out that one you saw yesterday, and definitely the other one them we will make sure say we put them out as well.
Okay, well thank you so much Abubakar Toure for this update. Family if you watch and the building this, you know. Say now all electronics, you know. I aware of another building. I just want to put them up until the ACC possibly put them up. Aware of another building where somebody, some source from within share with me from Babadori. Very done a big pass this safe. If you see if you wanna see that building there, and see now Abu get down the back, you know, and. Yeah, this is the things. This are the theory they talk about. You know, this the system for able to work for everybody. But you get few people, man, man, and the struggle for outside for live. Look. Well, thanks to the ACC for doing this as well. We hope say, you know, this is what corruption can do. One person can see no more, few people can see no more. You know, make their life better while other people live in abject poverty, continue for so far. You know, their life. You know, this is not the building. You see, yeah, Abu get taste to. Abu get taste where see, right. Electronics, everything, pam. Yeah, I get photo, like I say, I get photo of the other building, man. The Babadori, they say something in the usual office also, but a very big building, and say na Abu, na one of the other building them. So go wait till ACC pull them out. The ACC say this and get for auction them, get for value them and put price out for buy them. But people, a lot of comments, people and they say and turn them to hospital or maybe a public property. You say. Or maybe we'll keep them for well, whatever we could do with it. But if we can get the money back, somebody buy them and we get the money and spend them on something where everybody go benefit from, it's important, you know. And not those small losses. Anyways, thanks to Abubakar Toure, Director of Public Education at the Anti-Corruption Commission. We can talk to Sidia Tunis, the National Publicity Secretary of the main opposition APC, about the preparation for the lower level election and convention ahead of the 2028 election. Continue for stay with you to take a quick break. We'll come back shortly.
We are joining the rest of the world to digitalize our processes, to streamline our processes, and to make them better for end users and even for us.
The digital card is traceable and secure. It further aligns itself with government's development agenda, and especially with regards to labor management information system.
Our priority is a fair and efficient system that welcomes skills and investment whilst protecting national security.
I mean, the sheer bureaucracy, the sheer time required does not make many people interested in coming over here to register for either residence or work permit, as the case may be. But we are streamlining the processes in such a way that you can apply for your resident permit from wherever in the world you are.
Apply through our official channels and stay away from fraud.
At Famos, freshness isn't just a promise, it's our way of life. From raw and smoked catfish to kanya peppers, beni, rice and gari kanya and natai, from premium crayfish, ogiri and fufu to smoked chicken, fresh eggs from the farm to the fridge, country chicken and garden fresh vegetables. Try our habanero pepper, gari, hot pepper sauce, pure honey and so much more. All locally produced, organically grown, harvested fresh every day, and hygienically processed. A fresher taste, healthier foods, stronger communities. Famos, fresh from our farms to your home.
National Revenue Authority, Public Affairs and Tax Education Unit, Public Notice. The National Revenue Authority wishes to inform the public that deadlines for filing goods and services tax, 15% tax returns, and payments for any liability for January are due on or before 30th January 2026. Please note that filing returns and payments of related taxes should be done through the Integrated Tax Administration System portal. Penalties and interest will be charged for non-filing and non-payment of taxes on due date by order of the Commissioner General. Public Affairs and Tax Education Unit, Renaissance House, 5 Gloucester Street, Freetown. For further information, you can call the number 080-839839 or visit their website at www.nra.gov.sl.
Iba don't do am. Me phone and they charge. Me also always get lights. Me picking and able for study. Me na super kaiba. You enjoy. I for enjoy.
Yes, sir. Plenty Soba Kaiba don't boss. Orindo Punado, the mega campaign all over the country. When they turn all man to Soba Kaiba, just dial star 500 ash for activate the Soba Kaiba offer and turn Poku or dial ash 144 ash or use Maxit for pay with orange money anytime, any side and start chance for win. Soba price them every week like Stola kits them. Okada generator and every month one person go win keke or in they give you the power for build your life, support your family and better your community. You self can live this Soba Kaiba life.
And that we love oh my sweet salon. So many things then they happen. So many things politics, governance, corruption. Like I said this morning, it's in there will be make we go to war where the TIC reports highlights. And still there with we bad politics, corruption, nepotism, regionalism, poverty. If we not address them, if we not allow we politics for address them, if we not all we politicians are accountable. And not sing and dance and turn a bonum for them, but tell them, say, we want to change with life. Let's live a decent life, dignified life. You're not asking for too much. Not tell them, say, can we go space, so no. Basic things, light, water, healthcare, education, affordable housing, public transport, clean the city, clean everywhere. That's all. That's all. Basic things now for ask for, and we all for do that together. Welcome back. This is the Truth Morning Devotion. This morning, I get the pleasure for getting at the studios the National Publicity Secretary of the main opposition, the All People's Congress, APC party, and CDR Tunis. The APC party even pull a statement, internal elections timetable on the 15th of January 2026. I just see it to them. They say following the successful republication of the re-gazette elections rules of the APC party on 5th January 2026 by the Political Parties Regulation Commission, PPRC, and in line with the provisions of its enabling Act of Parliament, the National Secretariat of the APC party is pleased to inform the membership and the general public that the following revised schedule shall now govern the conduct of lower level conventions and elections, as well as the National Delegates Conference for the forthcoming electoral cycle. Sitting there with you at the studio this morning for get an update about the preparation. Are we already the good morning and welcome. Good morning.
Thank you, Lama.
Yeah, it seems like una day in the elections mood already and preparation for elections.
Well, yes, some maybe don't go in that mood a long time, even before we start with your own part of it. But yes, we're in the mood. The secretariat very busy right now. Everybody busy. The one day we want to run for offices. We we responsible for make sure say we facilitate everything we get for do with the internal democratic process. We all very busy. We dey in that mood day now for restructure the party.
So we see this announcement. We get dates from publication of register for ward election up to elections of delegates for the following weeks, up to una national delegates conference. Who say una possibly so you get for elect the flag bearer.
Yeah.
Waiting this calendar day about and waiting at the preparation for una activities there.
Okay, so we required by we constitution and the PPRC for make sure say we get certain things then done. In terms of we constitution, we get timelines as to how we go about conducting the internal democratic processes, the internal elections, and we for be clear about the timelines then things then the way they precede every convention and every election, such as publication of delegates list, sending out information for let people they apply and how then for apply and how then for send back them field applications then for the various positions them, how we they vet for every position for make sure say the one we apply eligible for run for them position and then for make and clear the one they way are eligible also for vote in the elections then so that's this day about because we get timelines like for example the constitution say we for don't announce also what they do we National Delegates Conference and the date 6 months before that conference day. So we for don't publish the venue, we for don't publish the date. And also timeline day as to when people for request for constitutional amendments and when they for put them in, all in things then they so we need for do that and they send them out and also send copies to the people.
So what's in the elections get for conduct? I see from ward level.
And plenty. So we get ward elections we now in are the most difficult one. Because why? Now because now the only election that they way the entire membership of the APC once you don't take 1 year at the party and you dey in good standing, the entire membership allow for vote. Yeah, so after that election, they now all others now specific people will call delegates at every level, and then they vote in their elections. So this one now really involved a lot because you get thousands of people will possibly go form the voting list for this particular election. Then after that, when they go on to the constituency election, we now delegates from ward and also councillors, if we get them, now then what then they and other stakeholders them now then can vote in the elections.
So now the ward election, the delegates and they come off for votes now the other level of elections. Same?
Correct. Yeah, so like the ward elections, when we done, we dey automatically compile the list of the winners, and then one way the constitution specify say now delegates for vote na the constituency election. So after the constituency election now, the combination of the ward and the constituency delegates, as well as sitting MPs, councillors, now then they go vote na the district convention. And so they progress. So that number they continue for increase. So the district self, then the constituency, the wards, and other groups then they go vote regional. So after regional now, then we focus on the organs. We get organs then at the party like Women's Congress, Young Congress, Veterans Congress. Their organs then they all the one they will win from the ward, the constituencies, the district, then so they form the delegates for go vote na their organs. But only that, like for example, Women's Congress, now only the woman there from their side and then they go vote. Veterans, people where they under the veterans category, now then they go vote. Then the Young Congress back, now the young people, including the NOAS, National Union of APC Students. Now then they go vote now the Young Congress election convention. So then one and they not they start until after the regional election, because all of the different organs them get representatives at district, regional, and constituency levels. So that their elections then they get for complete force. So that then go get the numbers we required for go vote. Now then conventions then they.
Okay.
For them
I see una for
organs.
publish voter membership register for before the election. Una already do that? Andy?
Yeah, so we'd already do that. But the one we don't go now, and I thank you very much for this. I need for explain this to the public for make them understand. So the register we don't go out now, they clearly states the categories of people as then they now. So first of all, it is show the one way eligible as per constitutional provision. So people way not meet the 1 year requirement at all, they categorize them and tell them say, as even though we don't register, but we don't meet the 1 year requirement, we allow una for participate by the democratic process. That on one side. Then it is also show the one then we meet the requirement, we don't pay all the subscription, we as at now they're eligible. And then there is another category where even though you, yes, constitutionally you're eligible for vote or for participate, but you owe subscription to the party. So unless you clear that subscription day, you not go take part, because now that the constitution says. So the system they already do that. So now we don't publish that list day. So I encourage people for go look so you know exactly who say your name day. Yesterday night somebody called me, say, "Oh, Mr. Tunko, I live now God reach." So now on that day, my registration for constituency 109.
So now so you live now there you dey vote.
Well, yes, constituency 109. So he then called me, say, "Mr. Tunis, the list we see say now you name the number one. It shows say you not qualify because you owe subscription." So I go automatically, I look at the list, I see say yes, they are right. So I go pay me 1 year subscription back for make sure say I become eligible for participate.
Okay. But what's in the redress mechanism in case somebody not seeing name na the register? You think say been the register or somebody see name who sign up for Siam. What's in the redress mechanism? How do they raise them concern and they within the party?
Okay, so that is why we get 21 days for do that before the elections. So districts and they already we don't begin do that. So once the list go, the ward executive then they bring on to the attention of the constituency and the national office that okay, me don't pay this money, look me receipt, but I not see me name. Or my name go fall na other word. Or my name go fall, they spell my name wrongly. Look this na my receipt, this na my ID number. So we now they go back into the database and make them corrections then they. We get a case in Moyamba, for example, outside some names then go fall na other ward them. So that correction they don't bring her to that problem they don't bring her to our attention. So we already don't make that correction day. So once the final list come out, all of them corrections then they could be reflected. So anybody who don't pay, we feel say a name not appear, but you get the receipt, valid receipt, it just need for bring them to our attention either at the national office or the district office. If it delay at the district office, send them straight to the national office so we'll go address them. Because the problem is we no one let any suspicion, they let anybody feel say we want for disenfranchise them deliberately. No.
Are there opportunities for petition in case somebody see list names of people the way thinks enough for Dede to contest the election?
Oh yes, so we get so many ways where they petition. For election related issues, the constitution established what we call Internal Elections Complaint Board, where the chairperson for that and lawyer Ibrahim Sori. You know her now. So if election happen, for example, or even before the election, if you say you apply, but then disenfranchise, you say you not qualify because of certain reasons, and you're not sure of that, you can complain to them. Then go immediately look at them within 48 to 72 hours, they for address that matter and communicate to the IEMC their findings. Same way, so if election happen, they announce the result, and if you say you are aggrieved, you can go to them and complain again, then get certain days where they for don't deal with that matter and then communicate their findings to the IEMC or the secretariat.
Does this work at even ward level? Because I imagine say then at the office then at the now headquarters na free tongue na yeah, and you get people in a remote communities we get for contest ward election and all of that. Waiting how you know the process decentralized that even at community level and able.
So they work at every level because all of them bodies then they replicated at every level. So it just sound like also you know that not just one. Then the other one we get the disciplinary and the grievance handling committee. So if you get grievance of any nature, you can cry and go to that committee also. Then they at every level, it decentralized. So that complaint they can go through them. If they're not able to handle them at ward level, then keep progress them to constituency level and up until they reach national. So if they're able to handle the matter at ward or constituency level, then can handle and they. But if they feel say it too much for them, then can bring them up to another level until they reach national.
You get an understanding of how much position or election on again for conduct at the ward level?
Well, the offices where they ward level, first of all, we get 511 wards because we go with the electoral wards.
Okay, we already there. We
already there. So we go by them, and we you know the last election where ITGC conduct, then get over 8,000 applications for people who want for stand for various positions them at ward level, and that is why you know we deliberately want for tie the application process to the system for digitize them, because you can imagine if we decide say for example everybody for go you know take them forms them manually, make them payments them manually, it will be too much for level handle within the time frame we'll get, we're not going able. So we want as everything tied to a digital system. When you don't you know do your application, you don't pay, it don't reflect to we automatically say so suppose you don't pay, and as you fill the application we already don't communicate a number where you go send to, so that number they go tie to the system, we go automatically generate that and we begin the vetting process. So even before the manual forms then reach to we'd already vet and we don't communicate to the IEMC as to other than really don't meet all the requirements there. Okay. But we expect plenty elections them at that level there and coming up also. And then elections there are also Lama. Once we reach constituency level, the constituency elections also include branches na the diaspora.
So na get for conduct election at the diaspora.
Oh yes.
So the then they conduct. Other than let me get some understanding. Other now the executive they conduct the election.
No, not so we. So we just they facilitate. It just like government and ECSL. So the constitution of the APC get a body we we'll call Internal Elections Management Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Now that committee they're responsible for conduct all internal elections. So what we just they do as a secretariat now for make sure say one we facilitate, make sure say they get resources. One, we make sure say we communicate to them all of the people that were eligible for vote by making available to them the voters list. Also communicate to them people and we don't meet all of their requirements. The candidates that we want contest, we don't meet all of their requirements. And the positions that we they apply for, we communicate down it to them. Once we don't do all of them process, then they will left the election at the hand. So now they also communicate to them who sign at the centers, the locations for the elections them, and also will they help them forget presiding officer, polling staff. Now then they go recruit, now then they go train them. In fact, they just complete that one day for the past.
So then they travel go to the diaspora as well?
Then they get representatives now the diaspora, and some of them they go also for go help them there.
There's this news where me colleague asked me about being pulled. I remember I've been reading the other day with Dr. Blyden, but he say former APC member of Parliament in Bombali District, Honorable Alimami Kamara, has said the current APC executive does not have the mandate to conduct the upcoming lower level elections. The former Minister of Youth Affairs said the executive's mandate ends in February. The former ambassador to Iran called for the executive to be dissolved and an interim body be set up to organize the lower level elections and by extension the National Delegates Conference where a standard bearer will be elected. The executive has maintained that it still has the mandate and the authority to go ahead. Honorable Almami, there is concern about una mandate for conduct the election. It say una mandate the end in February and for set up a committee for conduct the election.
So what in Honorable Almami they pretty much ask for that for create a sort of vacuum at the offices. Clearly, the constitution of the APC get timelines as to how people they occupy and when people they occupy. In the first place, even where we then timelines then they not expire it or then they not to the executive they conduct elections. I just to explain. We just they facilitate. That is one aspect of it. But I also want people to understand this. We get the APC constitution. We get the national constitution. We get the PPRC Act. Then the national laws them and the acts then they supersede the APC constitution. So in limit an argument on the APC constitution alone. But waiting we they say now that and this matter we even don't discuss now with the PPRC. All political parties then get window where if the executive then the time they expire because of certain circumstances and because there's no one gap, then can get an extension of 6 months within which they for don't conduct all the elections then. If that 6 months they done, then the PPRC can step in and dissolve that executive and form an interim body. That we see that they happen in the case of the SLPP, for example, recently. When the mandate expired, then exhaust in 6 months. So by the time then they get to the national level, then 6 months be done. PPRC step in and dissolve. In we own case, we not even reach that side aid for most of we. So that is why if you look at with timetable we deliberate for there we make sure say we get all of we elections then done within that 6 months window with the national law under the PPRC Act Section 39.5 GUI as a political party for make sure say we don't conduct. We make sure say all we elections then conducted, and we have new executives in at every level, including at the national level.
I see one of the commence election for ward election on 7th February 2026.
Yes.
Una don't put out the membership list, right?
Correct.
What's in our membership strength from the list?
Okay, so as at now in we database we get over 170,000 members. but not so they all qualify for vote because some of them they will not meet the 1 year requirement.
But these are registered members.
Registered member, people that we don't capture, we don't apply, either old members, new members combined. We'll get now with database right now.
These are people where they now on a database we qualify for going on a delegates convention and
no, not all man qualify for good. These are people we don't be members of the party. Like we don't register, say we are members. But the delegates conference itself will get about 1,000, between 1,700 to 1,800 people. We at the end of the day, we go be the delegates where they go to the national delegates conference for vote.
One thing where one person on they ask for, Dr. Sylvia Blyden, a member of Staya, now that the APC party need for announce a call for application for them way one for contest for be flag bearer.
Okay.
They say because right now the one they always they say they're aspirant, not to aspirant them. They say intention then get for a contest. Is she right, and is that something where the way una party get for do?
She's absolutely right. In fact, me and one person we always they say we they far away from that side for flag bearer because that's pretty much the last election where they happen inside the party, and we just there about for start the world elections, and for what like what Dr. Blyden say for what the party already put out that notice day. For let people and begin for apply for the various positions them at world level. So then they get for happen for every election inside the party. So as it is now, APC really not get flag bearer aspirants. We only get people where they express intention.
But now they call them to a meeting. The one they own they meet with. Well, waiting at them position with.
I mean, these are people who they express interest. And we, as national executive, we get responsibility for ensure say we keep peace and sanity within the party. If you look at within the happening on social media at the moment, it's toxic. Some of them don't begin attack themselves. Some of them begin spread misinformation, allegations, counter allegations against people and at the executive. So all of them things then they send the wrong information out there to people, giving the impression as if the party not they together, the party are disunited, chaos there inside the party. So it's important for us to continue for engage people, for make sure say they know waiting the constitution say, waiting the law say, waiting the party represent, and waiting the happen inside the party. So person not go continue for go.
But we see inside some of them they donate so now executive presently. Then they donate to the party and with the intention say them all like you say they already they call themselves flag bearer aspirants in some ways. Una not think say it go cause some confusion if una pull criteria of who that qualify, who that not qualify, and some people think say una don't disenfranchise them.
No, I don't feel so. I mean, donation are donation. I go say every single aspirant or intending aspirant don't they donate. Me self we sit on they donate to the party.
You self na aspirant?
No, but they donate to the party at every level. Even my own constituency, me wards, they do things them where for facilitate waiting they happen, na the party at their level, and they even though me not they announce them because I not feel say donation for be publicized in a way where some people and they do them anyway. But of course when you want power, you want people for no say you want power. And whichever way you do one for progress or for promote yourself, you they do one that way. So now that pretty much some people and they do. But there are people where they do far much more than just donation. But mean say in any way then they ain't go make we take the party give. We get so many things that they look at, especially when it comes to flag bearer issue.
What are the things Simona they look at?
The presidency is the most important office, Lamrana, in this country. So when you look at somebody for represent your party for be president, they only look at the APC as a political party. That is why we're not the only limit to the constitution of the APC. You get to look at Salone. You therefore now look at what in the national constitution say about the one way for be president. What in the PPRC Act say, what in other laws then at the country say. Then you look at all of the one they will apply. They meet their requirements the way the constitution say, they meet their requirement the way the laws then say, waiting at the integrity issues, waiting at the experiences, waiting at the contributions to the party and to the country previously. All of them things then you get for look at that. But then also you get for be careful doing that, for let you not go against the provisions of the constitution, so that at the end of the day somebody they feel say you don't break the law, you don't disenfranchise them by bringing in unnecessary vetting process where the laws of this country not say.
Una gets the delegates conference in August of this year. Una get a timeline of when una go put out application or criteria of the one that we for apply the qualification if they meet them. Una get a timeline for that?
Oh yes, we get for make sure say we get all of them things, then some of them they get for they happen concurrently. So for example, once we cross the world elections, we don't begin for now get into the business of compiling the delegates, because every other election now will happen now the delegates and the delegates then get for come out. Like for example, when we complete the constituency election, then we begin now. Each constituency get 8 delegates. Then Ayana will they begin compile the list. So right there, will they begin for ask the districts then for sending the application, region, national aspirants them. And then committees now get for be set up, including the IEMC. We go sit down and look at them, the criteria them as per the laws, and then but then they go be enough timeline for do that, and especially for the one we want for be flag bearer, so that we get enough time for really look at them, complete the processes, and then we make them public.
Presently, almost of the aspirant and they deal with as a party, the meeting Semona can call.
We get plenty people way they out there. Some of them they out of the country self. Then some no one they mass who no one they see them na salonate, but then they out that the diaspora but when I talk to the people, and we don't meet certain people, because not to everybody don't meet me. When we get discussions recently in meeting, the deputy chairman say up to 27 different people don't meet him. Don't either call them or don't meet and say they want for be flag bearer.
So as at now, una get according to the deputy chairman, una get
up to about 20 people would express interest.
Okay, and una they encourage one, and they as at this time una they meet with them, the one they with the tongue. I see una keep waiting at the conversation they una can get with them.
Well, the conversation and we can
because una not recognize them as
no, I mean they are members of the party. They don't express interest, say they want for be aspirants, flag bearer aspirants. As much as we not reach that level, they because of waiting we see they happen, and the posture with certain people again at the public, as if there is fragmentation at the party, disunity. A fine for let we they allay the fears of with membership. That no, these people would they constantly engage them, and also waiting make we can meet with them now for transparency and accountability as to what we they do as executive. We already don't make them very clear, say we they provide a level playing field. And we get cases, for example, where people they feel say the executive they favor certain people as against the other, and we know one then kind misinformation and they out there. So that is why every step we they take.
But you get people like when an aspirant like Dr. Mara, where they serve in a capacity, they represent the party in the tripartite. The mayor of Freetown as well. Not so advantage than they would then get ahead of the other people where you be.
No, in fact, these are the things also. Before we make that decision, we call them all to a meeting. In fact, then self as intending aspirants. Now they elect Dr. Mara, because we all been in a meeting that day. So we put the matter on the floor, say, look, because of the gap we they see in the implementation of the tripartite recommendations, we need to get a new co-lead, because clearly we not get access to the one way now the co-lead, and so we don't know how to engage government and with development partners then. So we need to get a new co-lead. So we want suggestions, we want names, and so then throw in few names, so at the end of the day they all can say, you know what, this man at them be done day. So let him lead a team. If I'm not saying one day, there's a team where they lead in himself, Dr. Yvonne Akisoya, JFK, Joseph Fitzgerald, Honorable Chernoba, Dr. Richard Conte, Amami Petito, David Fona, about 7 of them. And then at that team day, Dr. Mara just happened for be the one where they all agree to make him lead that team.
Dr. Blyden posted this on Facebook page some 3 days ago. I will just read that. He said, I support the current national APC hierarchy led by their political uncle Pausman Fode Yansane, but more efforts needed at competence, transparency, following due process and the rule of law. You do not consider this a warning from one of our members, especially on the issue of process and the rule of law?
This is not something we already don't promise. And, we don't learn bitter lessons, Lama. We always aware of the fact, say, leading into 2023 elections, we spent 3 years in court. People take advantage of the fact, say, we not follow with constitution, we violate with constitution. And so we very, very much deliberate this time that, we get for ensure, say, we're not only transparent about what we do, but we also follow due process, we respect with constitutional provisions, as well as what in the National Constitution and the PPRC Act say. Everything we do, their meetings, then the way they make reference to. So now, because we want to give them all confidence as to how much our processes we want with the respect, as to how much we go about things. And that make we always also they say to them that then for they engage, then for bring them concerns then to we, we offices then open, and we engagement not only with the intending aspirants, we engage the regional exec structures, then the district structures, then through the chairman, even like the cards and now we don't come so. The distribution, we don't set up a team, we engage the region, we engage the district as to how we for distribute them cards and this. So at the end of the day, somebody not go say they don't hold me card because then if say are popular and they don't want me for run for this position. So all of them things then we can sit down, we process them, we engage, and then we all agree as to how it should be done. And we get the NAC also, the National Advisory Committee, when are the body where at the end of the day they give you the authority, say okay, we're not doing this way, so that way we know now, say we get backing as part.
You already get aspirants, and you get people in the executive way, perhaps could get people that within the support or people that within believe in. How not going to ensure, say, now make the process transparent and fair for other people, we get intention or we go and contest for the flag bearer?
We're very much mindful of that. And in fact, this is the one matter we don't say we take up to NAC as to how we deal with some of them people and they. So as it is now waiting to happen, when we notice say certain people in the executive don't either openly come out in support of a certain candidate or when they see then glued to a certain candidate, some activities then they what they do, especially the one we get for do with elections process, where they make sure say then kind people and they not play that role they we go give anybody advantage, and you see it is for that same reason we make some of we just decide for be neutral. You know, go hearing me, they even say I want this position now at this moment, because I want for ensure say like we all know the executive, people then continue for get the confidence and they're able to get access to the executive and express their concerns freely, and we're able to engage. At the end of the day, we all get confidence, say we they do things right. Lama, I no go want for let we get in a situation which side somebody, as we they see now, could just want take advantage of the fact say the party the opposition and I can cause any kind of problem. So whatever it is, we want at the end of the day, if anybody do that and the public self go see say no, but this person just want about APC. But the executive don't do everything right, for make sure say waiting the constitution say waiting the laws the APC don't follow them to the letter. So why this person they do this just for Hamburg the party or delay the party?
They can talk to the Attorney General Minister of Justice on the amendment bill we then don't gazette we possibly get for Guna Parliament. Waiting una get representative them na the tripartite committee. Waiting una position the party in position on that bill day.
So we don't put together a team of legal experts at the party, as well as some people at the executive and the tripartite committee where they look at that. And the party go come out with, with position. But me personally don't read through, and I they ask questions as to why some of the things that we may see inside the why then they. I don't feel say some go serve the greater interest of this country, and I feel say some go make the democratic process more chaotic.
In what sense?
Let's say, for example, I see a proposal for let's get independent candidature for presidency. I don't feel say that when you look at with democratic laws and currently, I don't feel say that they in any way go serve we well as a country, because already Lamrana we get the PPRC, Political Parties Regulation Commission, for example, and we see the troubles where PPRC they go through, in regulating political parties, even in trying to sanitize the democratic process in a way where parties then go be adherence to waiting the act say in terms of properties, offices, registration requirements, and all of them things. Then they even with those, it already chaotic. We get instances where we get 17, 18 political parties with candidates who want to be president. Where in itself is huge, and then you can't open unto independent candidates. Whether they regulate them, how they go come part of the electoral process. Are they going to be subjected to the same rules where political parties then subjected to? Because political parties then they go through plenty processes for make them get in candidates though. With the publish elections rules, all them things then they. So how then they apply to independent candidates, and so all of them things then they come to your mind. You begin to ask yourself questions. Did they really think these things through? How we go regulate that? What if we get 2,000 independent people and we come and say they want to be president? How much resources we get for manage all of that? So these are some of the things we just reading the thing come to me. And
well, the minister they can explain. Hopefully, you go get answers. You go listen to the interview. They can explain this morning some of the concerns there and the concerns from the public as well. And when they come, unpack the bill and see, waiting the inside it. But finally, I want to ask. This morning, I was talking about making our politics work. When I don't get into politics, you still into politics. When they aspire for kind of power, when I don't. They in a power for 10 years. How do you as politicians commit to people in this country say una go make politics benefits in life? It's not about who that kind of power, who that get access to resources. Right now the banner then they all over. This morning while they drive, yesterday while they drive around and see them all over. Everybody wants position, one big flag bearer, one lead. How? What's in the assurance? Say as political party, you are committed. This is a Remembrance Week, by the way. Committed to addressing the things and where the TRCB highlight say, now then take we go now. Poverty, tribalism, nepotism, corruption, and all them things in there.
First of all, we need to go back to the TRC report, really, and not let we not be selective in just waiting the report say and pick the one that will say go satisfy we. I want to answer this question really as a Sierra Leonean. I think say Lama, I can say the problem is we need for really look at we whole politics, and I just answering talking about the amendments. This is now one of the things there. Whenever we do laws, I believe say we always do laws having individuals in mind rather than having the country in mind. I think say now the one thing that we politicians and we the people also for demand for demand for waiting really we feel say go change the country. And also I believe say we they look at all of the wrong things that we want for elect leader. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
This is the only country where I see where we want for elect leader who they begin for talk about tribe. You understand? When they begin for look certain people at the beginning they talk about tribe. Certain people and they begin for talk about the region where the person come out. All
but
of
that is how political parties and they that is how you select. They say now we strong lane and this person for give.
So when it comes to presidency, and that is really where I always they get problem. Yes, the political parties, democracy generally everywhere, you get side and way parties then strong. Even in the Western world, if you go to the United States, you get what you call blue states for Democrats, red states. Unfortunately, though, their own geography, they by tribe or region as we own they Nayaso. But what here they try for emphasize is not to then things then they develop country. You understand? Now policies, now honesty, sincerity, and how we serve serious for make sure say, we implement them policies then they, and how also we serious about holding people accountable. I just they come when I they come inside, I just they look at it. I be sit down they watch the story about the ACC and the mansions where you show about one individual. So you look at that one day. I mean, this person has been picked up already, but but some way somehow it don't get settlement even when there. But we go get mind for do that day for everybody else, like how we do for that person they so. Certain people and they will clearly probably go there in that same situation, but with institutions they not go get mind for do it and do so in that case. So unless we get to that point the way the law will be applicable across the board for everybody, then we go begin for say we go settle. If I'm found wanting for corruption, let we allow the law for work. Let we not can say na politics make then they go after that person. And you self na the institution do not because of politics.
Yeah, but this is a complaint about whoever is in power. Everybody they protect their own people and same. But the question what they ask is which assurance you there this morning, which assurance you want give people as a politician? Say una go make sure say politics work right, for the people. They're not just people are not just treated as a commodity. Oh, now one power, now they run to the campaign and all. After the power, then life then still remain the same.
Well, I always they say look at the records. Look at the records. Me now one person way always they say the reason why I'm glued. I mean, I'm the publicity secretary for APC. I come from the south. The reason why I glued to the APC not just that. I believe say we political party in nature. Now it's now party when a social democratic party. We always they do things where they benefit the common man. That is why when within our power we make roads, we focus on hospitals, construction, free healthcare, then social programs the way they improve the lives of the people of this country. Because we feel say system for work for everybody. That is why we the care water go everywhere. We the care road go everywhere. with a big healthcare system everywhere and introduce policies that way they alleviate and reduce burden and poverty on the people of Sierra Leone. So they assure the people of this country that when the APC come back na power 2028, we go improve on the lives of the people of this country. We want to make sure say this issue of electricity we put on behind we. Like before we left power, we'll be not begin for enjoy 24-hour electricity. We want for come back to that and improve on that and make sure say go across the country. Water.
Now I count car power ship with this government they use. So.
Yeah, but then car power ship, waiting we can with them for, not train, then they use them for.
Now emergency light
we be can with car power ship because when we be the spread lights in a city, the areas then will not be done reach it. Now they car power be the supply so that everybody go continue for get light. And as we they reach the areas, then they will stop for use. Then that make we never use car power for over 5 megawatts.
Okay.
As we see
the minister, they are often time for can talk about the politics and waiting on I don't do and waiting on I not be able to do. But finally, waiting on a message to our members them as soon as they start on a process or for lower level election leading up to the delegates conference.
So my message now this: the party don't they far for start with lower level elections. We don't publish the provisional list. Yes, some of them already begin to express concerns. When I bring them concerns, then they through the party structures we go address them. Let we not go on social media and begin for spread misinformation. Then they go only continue for hurt the party. Let we all stay together and make sure say we put the party first, we put this country first. We all get we interest as to the positions we want and people who they support. But when I be rest assured that the executive will provide a level playing field, and at the end of the day, we will get strong and loyal people, and we go serve the party at every level, including even the one we will get for elect we all together as we presidential candidate for 2028.
Well, thank you so much, Sidia Tunis, the National Publicity Secretary of the main opposition APC. We're going to talk about the preparation for the lower level election and the National Delegates Conference. In between time, we get for the continue the conversation. We'll take a quick break. We come back. The Minister of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice there already. They can talk about the amendment bill and waiting it mean, waiting the inside day, and waiting people for expect. Continue for stay with me.
And some them not for support to that then a power. And when you want for enjoy them, just tune your radio. You go hear the drama. We man them the the grammar. Now FM salon I keep in a party, me say every day. Radio station for all the politicians, me say right down day. The party king well, the party king jam. The talking plenty and the shocking one.
As I say, we just say just like somebody don't left now water because we expect say most of some organizations will be the support with this small they say don't follow up. So but we look at and say government no get for follow up. So whatever condition, if then they address with problems small, even not to all, but if then they do the one no say this immediately they for address this is go comfortable on with that like the education for picking them. You understand?
What are the things? What are the demands? You be want to highlight them. The things same way. Una they ask government, like you say, I like not to all, but the basic things that what you una want.
The basic one them when are we most important what we want to let the government address. The first thing, education for picking, especially university, because get some picking them, don't get the requirements in a college, we will not be able to get the opportunity for pay for them. That's not the first demand we want. Let the government go all out. Let them, if in a scholarship, say let them go able to address them problem in there. The number two, the health. We want let the government go pay attention to our health because medication, them problem we get so now. And we a young man there first. We get a long time for go. You see, so we need for let the government go pay attention of our health. Let them go able because I mean health. They say well body na gentry. Even though you get beaucoup money, if you not get well body, na zero. So na 10 there. The number 3 we welfare. Because this we problem all over the thing, but we don't love lot of we members them across the country. Some don't die in the streets, under sun, under gold, bika. With a shame, gonna shop to shop for going bika. We again, really we so disappointed. Government just a few number of war victims as amputee. We not even reach 3,000. Now 2,888 across the country with the real war victim. And out of that 2,888 will get the data. Boku of we don't die. Boku of colleagues they don't die. Other hypertension, discouragement, lack of medical, lack of food. You see? So we look at and say the government, whatever condition. You see, there's a stipend or pension. But however, if somebody expects say when month done, they get something they go receive to your account, it comfortable, you go able to live life, go able to manage our family. But that's not it happen. Now, as the end they say, we no work for government, we not entitled to get pension. According to NACSA. Why we not entitled? But the commission recommend that. It inside the recommendation of charity. They should forget pension. Why we not supposed? So now that 14, then 13 and then 9 will make it. On this way the president don't pronounce this Remembrance Day. Commemorate, because this will draw the attention of the people and not go forget the war. Why would they wish for let the government could declare this commemorate this day? Would they hear a lot of incitement message na the country in terms of what we don't pass 11 years. That's why, but if they commemorate this day across the country, then do a nationwide, people then go caution. We could they before for tell people say, when I don't see the example, what if it don't happen? When I want to work again at this country.
You know what time it is? Youth man, youth man. If we learn for us questions, but things them way happen now in sweet nation. You name the resources, waiting them from benefits this nation. From independence to 50 years of celebration, where they make you man and they think I'm say something for them better. We still under British colonization. Command they still not a question. Should be one of the richest countries in the world, but we still why we not a question? Why poor people just the poor? They rank and then they better. Why waiting do we not a question? Why make na salon no more the young no they grow? Oh salon. Why we not a question? Why make na ya no more education no they grow? Oh salon. How the internet slow? Now so we slow anyone then give me say oh. Big development, corruption, first position, clap for us. I'm not gonna see such occupation. It's too come for sponsors. Go there with the big na boduya. Una kill we slow. Una shoot we right on sight. Yeah, maybe then they go better. I say na na na. Everybody say yes, I go try for unite this generation. Sabotage, make them misunderstand the intentions. Making you smart, but must ask you the question. One day, mama, why we still live on the same conditions? Why then it go be big question? Answer, mama, papa, picking confrontation. All these popping kids in a fireball, now we all young. You know, don't know the cost they do. They see them, now say enough for us, kuna nothing. How long for the ala for the moment? As 2-3 months pass so. Next man said wait for you for pattern a boy in this country gets. How come they no able share among 6 million population? We know they ask questions to the tax savior. As they reach there so Papa God you know. Now for them sefen and family and tell them go. Well if Salon for we get 50 million people. Hey you left. Man they know reach 6 million if man in the suffer. So you want to add 40-something million people back. Who will cham who say? See such occupation, go there with the big na go do ya. If una kill me slow, Gonna shoot we right beside it. And me feel that they go better. Everybody say, na 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 na, na na na. Everybody say.
Yes, welcome back. Don't forget for ask questions. Ask questions. It's important. Now, when you ask, you get the answer. You know, you go understand what's in the happen. Be empowered and get consciousness and awareness and know what's in the happen to government. So let's say you know care constitution, not a thing where then they review every other term or amend or whatever. It takes time, and where they happen, everybody need for get involved. So this morning they can talk to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Alpha Cisse, gets the 2025 amendment bill where they non-gazette already. It na bookshop. We're not gonna parliament it, but we need to get a conversation around them for understand what's in the inside it. What's in people them for expect. How will they affect people them? We life because election or whatever, get for do it. How we governments go turn like and waiting and go do for we all for better this country. Good morning, Mr. Minister, and welcome.
Good morning, Lamwana. Good morning to the Truth Media team, and good morning to the people of Salone.
It is a pleasure. This na Remembrance Week. First, I want ask a question about. We can't talk about the bill, but there's this. I read one document where. Now the former Attorney General and Attorney General under Pakaba in term, let's just pull up in name. Attorney General Minister of Justice then we na FMKU, and this na been 2005 we get for do with reparation and special fund for war victims. I get John Kokana the other day. He commend you that for the first time he gets somebody when Attorney General and Minister of Justice where they talk about reforms them. Where it is tied to the TRC recommendations. And we get this issue about reparation for war victims. I get the president now the other day was asking, he said, I don't know side for good, and still get these documents where the government will make commitment to the Office of the Attorney General for give them some support. But they don't know that for good, so we then go next side and they send them other side. What's in a government in position on possibly addressing the concerns them? They need they need health care, education for them picking them, and bread and butter, something they going to get at the end of every month.
Thank you, Lamrana. Thank you for where we start with Remembrance Week. Don't take we over 20 years for make we get to this point here. So, you know, when you discuss reparations in the context of transitional justice, a day in different forms. Yes, you know, we can talk about the material things and the material reparations. We say, you know, you get for take care of victims, then their needs, you know, whether medical support or providing education, job training or job placements. Just make sure, say, you empower them that day. But, you know, you also get within a symbolic reparations. And if you go to the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, one of the symbolic reparations where the TRC being recommend, now really that acknowledgement, the acknowledgement of wrongdoing. So when the president, by proclamation, declare January 18th every year as National Remembrance Day, now that acknowledgement day, the TRC being called land one of the symbolic reparations we for honor. So that is what we have done as a government, and we're really glad that the entire country embrace them. You know, I see you get your white ribbon. They commemorate the week. You know, I move, go Kailaun, Camp Kenima. I see communities get together. Now Freetown, now other parts of the country. So that's not part of this process here. So. But yes, symbolic reparations not enough. For some people, yes, it is enough. For some people, you know, even a public apology. We call, say, still in the context of reparations, you know, the TRC being get hearing specific to the harm suffered by women of this country. And if you look at the TRC report, it gets a chapter which dedicated specifically to the harm suffered and by women, and it makes several recommendations. Again, symbolic recommendation, symbolic reparation mean the day. So we call say late President Kaba be issue a public apology to the women of Sierra Leone. Say the country failed them. They apologize for the harm we then suffer during the war. That's not part of symbolic reparation. So yes, don't they also don't they happen? I mean also when the TRCB recommends say make NACSA be the home for managed reparations for victims of the conflict. Yes, NACSA take steps for do some of that. You know, if you go to the records, you go see say yes, there were times when NACSA take step for do that. But I think we get for acknowledge say a lot of it don't be piecemeal. I think say we need for do better for get reparations program that this country has of our victims better structured. And that nothing we all for take responsibility for. We don't get 3 different governments we for manage this response here. So yes, the government of late President Kaba do some of it. The government of former President Nkrumah do some of it. The government of President Bio don't do some of it. But I think we need for be better structured. I think I don't say publicly that you know, a better way for show commitment to victims of the conflict in this country, and for make we take this beyond symbolic reparations and really put concrete measures in place for provide full reparations to victims. The TRC being actually make provide certain guidelines on how we determine the category of victims we for get reparations. If you look at in percentages, it lay out percentage of loss in earnings. You know, we go take a victim over a particular threshold for get certain kinds of reparations. Of course, they also talk about medical support will be provided to certain kinds of victims. So I think we need to do all of that. But there's commitment in government. Okay. It's something where the president said.
I ask if we're not committed to.
Oh yes. Nothing where the president don't talk about. I think say the president don't be very clear. Say we for really take the recommendations of the TRC without most seriousness. And really, you know, if you take stock, we get in the context of reforms. Actually, you know, as John Coker say, a lot of reforms they be connected to the recommendations of the TRC. And you know, sometimes we or the public not take stock, but I think so we need to provide that information to members of the public. And then say we're making significant progress on implementation of recommendations of the TRC. But yes, the president don't be very clear. Say make we continue, make we make the public know, make we provide education to the public, but then make we put concrete steps in place for make sure say reparations are provided for victims, and that. You know, waiting I can call painful peace, which is like for just swallow everything will happen and move on. That not going to be the case in this country.
Inshallah. And I think we need for commend government, the president, and on all and the Ministry of Information and Civic Education, you know, for reignite this conversation around the war. Me attend the program with journalists. You know, I learn media history na mass communication at Fabi College. But waiting at London next the story of Dr. Spencer, you know, Kelvin Lewis, Umaru, Sylvester Rogers, Anna Fuller, of how they cover the war and the sacrifice where they make. It's something we should teach. People should learn. And I hope say we go expand them with the second year, you know, commemoration. So and different sectors therefore get involved, because even legal lawyers them.
Oh yeah, I think so. You know, this is a conversation will be broad. I think I myself, you know, follow the program with Sludge, you know, and how the war affects you know, media practitioners or media practice in the country.
I always want to say, I think so we also need to forget that discussion in the context of civil society. I think so one of the things that we don't be really absent in the narrative of the history, we don't give a lot of credit to the United Nations. Great, then do well. We don't give a lot of credit to ECOWAS, for the economic intervention. That is great. We don't give a lot of credit to the British government for humanitarian intervention where the British forces come in. I think the waiting don't be absent in the narrative. Now, the crucial role will local civil society play in the country in transition. I feel say that not been the most significant component of the broader response. And that really, when I say civil society, I use them broadly. Include journalists them as well. Include student groups. These days no one talks about August 18. No one really talks about then students them we being escape go Lunge, and undergo crash military training, and then we are part of the intervention force. No one talks about civil society march on Sanko in residence on March 8th. We change everything. No one talks about 2 weeks later, the civilians then we hold Sanko with their bare hands, and we never really looked back, So then in the honor things, then we have no one even talks about the civil disobedience for 9 months during the AFRC era, and how that really influenced international response not this country. So I think these are conversations that we need to have. I think a learning processes for we all, but also I think say a good example of whether it's moment of crisis or not, when the country rally around a common purpose, the results we go get. I think we need to talk more about this. We need to teach this to students and use then discussions also for inform with engagement on national issues in this country.
So it's important and it's good, and I think the good thing is, like you say, all across most part of the country, we get the conversation. People don't recognize the day now. Moving forward, we'll get them broader conversation there. So we look forward to that as well. But at least we get a day now the members say, people who have been dying at the whole conversation about we war. Thank you so much for that assurance. I'm sure the amputees and war wounded and they listen. This is an assurance from the Attorney General Minister of Justice that government is committed and government go firmly for address on our concerns them. Mr. Minister, let's talk about the bill. A bill entitled the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2025, being an act to amend the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991, Act number 6 of 1991, and to provide for other related matters. Waiting informed this bill? Why we they get something like this at this time?
Thank you, Lama. So several things inform this bill. I want to start by noting say elections or electoral processes in this country don't get the fair share of challenges, and it gets to a point where the president, and I can always look for say, first time when the president appoint me as Deputy Minister of Justice, it's not the first conversation where we get. See, I want for make we reform we electoral architecture. In a way we go work for everybody and make we able get acceptance, because President's intent was in 2007 SLPP complained about the outcome of the elections. Is it in 2012 INSEF complained, in 2018 APC complained, 2023 we get the same thing. So it probably points to the fact that there are issues with the electoral system, and so make a reform. So that now one thing we influence some of the reforms also. But then the point that there's a broader journey where this country don't work. Yes, we did discuss this in the context of the tripartite process. Yes, so first, you make acknowledge say the tripartite process influences significantly a lot of the proposals in here, now recommendations from the tripartite process. But before tripartite, there was a constitutional review process. We also make a lot of proposals or recommendations. We touch on elections in this country. So I like for, go back to the constitutional review process, because make people understand, say, this not a government just sit down and say we want for change constitution. The constitutional review process is an example of continuity in government. At the time when quick we point to with divisions, quick we point to the things we one party they say the other party oppose, when government say the other person oppose. I think that the constitutional review process and one thing where every government says the war come to an end. Don't be clear about, don't make a commitment, say we need for move forward. You know, I'm not one for lose the opportunity for talk about the history of this process. Because I think so that context is important for make people understand within the reforms them way we try for get in we constitution or other laws them. You know, we just talk about war. When we signed the Lome Peace Agreement in 1999, we put a clause inside the Lome Peace Agreement say we will revise this constitution.
The 1991
The 1991 constitution. So the Lome Peace Agreement became an act of parliament. So I can normally say that we not do this yet, that we not complete this process yet. Actually means we're not even in compliance with the law will pass in 99. But then because, you know, we put some in Lome agreement because after all discussions then, it was everybody acknowledging, say, the 1991 constitution, as good as it is, transition we into multi-party democracy, provide for a strong human rights framework, provide for an independent judiciary, etc. It was an acknowledgement, say, not sufficient for prevent we from backsliding into where we had come from. So we put on there. And then we been get the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. When the TRC do in work 2002 to 2004, hand report to late President Kaba in October 2004, one of the recommendations we make now that we for revise this constitution. As a matter of fact, we for undertake broad consultations across the country and come up with a constitution we will reflect the views and aspirations of the people of this country for a peaceful and democratic society. We of course connected as well to economic development. And so as part of an effort for implement the recommendations of the TRC, the late President Kababin set up within we come for know as the Dr. Peter Tucker Constitutional Review Committee. That committee they do in work, that'll be a small committee, about 13 or 15 people, do in work, and then by the time it completes in work, President Kababin don't left office. Now, former President Nkrumah been there in office now. So the committee be hand in report to former President Nkrumah in 2007. So that's how late President Kababa moved the process.
So a transition.
A transition to former President Nkrumah and government. But when former President Nkrumah and government look at the report, they watch say we need broader consultations. And so former President Nkrumah been set up the Justice Edmund Cowan Constitutional Review Committee. We been made up of 80 members. Broad representation across society. All political parties were represented. Journalists were represented. Lawyers were represented. Market women represented. Other civil society representatives represented. And the Justice Cowan Constitutional Review Committee worked from 2013 to 2015. During this time, I can also like to highlight the level of consultations will take place. The records show say the committee undertake over 10,000 public consultations in this country. It distributes over 70,000 forms to people learn for answer various questions on constitutional issues or the kind of constitution we want. It received over 150 position papers from various groups and interreligious committees, civil society, MDAs, political parties, etc. It hold about 80 expert engagements on specific constitutional issues. It also undertake international trips for land lessons in other countries like Kenya. It gets broader public engagement through the media, over 20,000 hours of airtime. Set up a website, we receive over 40,000, about 960 website visitors. That's the level of engagement. And then submit report to former President Nkrumah in 2017, we really lay out within we new constitution for look like. So we call say government of President Nkrumah issue, former President Nkrumah issue the 2017 white paper, in which he accepts some of the recommendations and then rejects some. And then we begin a transition in 2018. In 2018, President Buchanan office and make a commitment say this process don't go on for too long. Let's take it to completion. But it's a need no day for start again. The work way
need for consult again.
No, it's a the work way the Cowan committee do during former President Nkrumah in time being really good, and so make we take that process to completion. So I walk people them through this journey for make we know say this is not a new creation. This is a process we don't go on for several years, and then now this is not part of an effort for take the process to completion. So you see, say every government since the war come to an end, don't move this process. So I think say on this we agree. Say we all agree. Say need day for change this constitution. That now within every government don't try for do. So that process been there. We will try for take to completion. Remember, I said there was a white paper. We the government of President Bill issue as well, the 2022 white paper. So that process it make a lot of recommendations for amendments or reform or review of certain areas we get for the constitution. For example, it make recommendation for make we get a fixed date
for election.
They make recommendations say this country for transition permanently to the proportional representation system. They make recommendation say yes, we for move away from the 55% threshold, so we avoid runoffs in this country also. Make several other recommendations then, and then whilst we they work on this, then the tripartite process come. We also make a lot of recommendations. I've been say when Miss Savo the tripartite committee, I remember say one task in fact with them in Gimme, now for prepare a guidance note for see how the current recommendations we touch on elections align with some of the proposals who already been put on the table. So we get a matrix. We lay out within tripartite say, within Kawan say. I also want to emphasize to Fambul and say the tripartite process we make the recommendations here, so it not come for undo existing government reform initiatives. It come for complement the initiatives and they. So it not come for undo the broader constitutional review process, now for complement them. So when the tripartite report make recommendations for constitutional amendments, we say make we feed these into the recommendations will be don't come from the Cowan committee we reflected in the government white paper. And when we do that, we see plenty of them align. For example, tripartite say we forget fixed date for election. The Cowan committee self say the same. Cowan committee and white paper say we for move away from 55% threshold. Tripartite process say the same thing, right? So you get several of them where the two processes align. So we don't put all of those together.
So why some of the recommendations where the tripartite make not the part of this? Some of the recommendations that we get for do with elections, say like electoral system dialogue, petition timeline, some of the recommendations.
Well, the petition timeline the inside, it didn't have this bill. So I will tell some people and say, wait till I get for do 1 end days here. I get for take this bill. I take green paper. I take I take green pen and take red pen, not for reflect the colors of the two parties, but just because now colors we can use after blue ink and black ink, etc. I dey mark in one color all the proposals we come from the tripartite process. I mark in another color all the proposals we come from the broader constitutional review process. I lay on na jama. Make people and see the proposals with the inside so not to make creation, not to government in creation. These are proposals we come from then two processes here so now then they inside.
And then form this document.
Now then form this document here so every proposal. Now of course I also don't say very publicly that one or two proposals there we you go see government modify. I don't think we should run away from that. In discussions with people who don't in the governance space, I tell them every government, when you get recommendations like this, whether it's from constitutional review or a commission of inquiry or just an investigating report, government will issue a white paper, similar to even the TRC report. Government will issue a white paper. In that white paper, government can do three things. One, it can accept some of the recommendations. Two, it can reject some of the recommendations. Three, it can accept some but with modification. That now we to see TRC report, then we to see the 2017 white paper under APC, then we to see with the 2022 white paper under the SLPP government. And so, yes, I'll say one or two things don't be tweaked, and I'm ready for take responsibility and explain them things. And
they align with the recommendation, them the tripartite recommendations.
Of course, they align, but then with slight modifications.
What are some of them? They want and dinner.
For example, people will ask questions about the threshold for make somebody be declared a winner in a presidential election, right? We say for move away from the 55% threshold, right, and be like other countries in the region. But now the point is, when we discuss this on the tripartite committee, we also say, we agree, say there's a need for keep this country together. Yes, we acknowledge, say the country don't become polarized, but we need for do a young part for bring the country together. So we add another layer, which is that for make somebody be declared president, yes, you get 50 plus 1. But the committee recommends saying if you also get a minimum threshold of 25%, now at least half of the voting districts.
What does that mean?
So that means we get 16 voting districts. I mean, in addition to getting the 50 plus 1, if you also get at least 25% vote, now 8 of the 16 districts.
It should say you get a national outlook.
Yes. But then, I like when you introduce that language there. But then, when we look at them now, yes, we accept that. But when we look at them now, you realize, say, you know, they solve the problem completely. Because the question is always, what are the problem we this guy for solve? You know, solve the problem completely. Because, yes, you will say SLPP stronghold in the southeast, APC stronghold in the northwest. Yes, both parties can pull strength in the western area. SLPP being win under Pakaba. APC win under Anes Kuruma, as well as under Samuel Kamara. But SLPP will continue to fight for the votes in the western area. You understand? For CCA, you know, then get them votes in there. So, you watch, say, if either party run the numbers like a stronghold, you still likely forget the half of the voting district that is stronghold. So it doesn't solve the problem. So how we modify this is instead of 25%, we bring down to 20%. But then the 20% for being at 2/3 of the voting district. So that takes you to, you want to know math, will take you to about 11 of the 16 districts. So come to the language you just introduced in the conversation. Say, you get a president, we get a national appeal. So that encourage political parties forget national agendas. That encourage political parties forget candidates. We get national appeal. We go beyond the traditional struggle. Make could be sure say yes, voters beyond your struggle put a bet on you. So now this policy also.
But is that not why also the reform they talk about the PR? You know, being the electoral system will they move on. One of the conversations where the president say we forget now, bringing the PR system into the executive arm of government. Is that not already why we get the PR for show a national outlook? Usai, you go get SLPP in the northwest, you go get APC in the southeast. You get members of parliament where they represent them.
Of course, it's all about inclusive governance, right? You get an inclusive government. I think the last time I've been there, I've been say this. If I could discuss the president in comment in the context of getting inclusive government and this
and
country.
Is it not that what the PR system is about?
But of course, right? But the point that let us say, we're proposing the PR system. First, of course, we're proposing the PR system for the legislature, parliamentary elections. We don't put it here, and I will explain as well if I get a chance to do that. The president said, let's have a genuine dialogue, right, about taking the PR system beyond the legislature and bringing it into the executive branch of government. But it also add in the paragraph we follow that in a statement. They talk about a government will reflect the gender dynamics of this country, the regional dynamics of this country also. So we get a country where everybody feels everybody believes then a part of the national agenda. But I think it's also important that that be seen in the leadership of the country where they drive this process. That be seen in the president or the presidency. Yes, and where they drive all of the reforms here. So now that we could see when people get in to the voting booth, men are able to place a bet on the person where they want to look at as a national figure.
So is this PR in the presidency? Say you forget 20% from the statistics where you show 11 or so voting districts or 8 or whatever. Is it the PR in the presidency? Say you forget a national appeal, even for the presidency, for cuts across a cohesive government.
Well, yeah, I mean the point that the last part says, I'm not going to say PR in the presidency. But yes, what we want that
you
make sure
proof say you get a national appeal.
One for make a candidate proof say it gets a national appeal. It gets an appeal beyond just a traditional stronghold.
But
that is exactly
right. That's not the elections, and we see who say political party. Then clearly they say we get you are not on a stronghold again. We get votes now. Yeah, we get vote na the north. SLPP go boastfully say that na Cambia na Koinadugu and other parts. APC go say Pujeung. Kailaon, we get seats in there, we get with people in there as well, and it shows in the elections.
So when you do constitution, they do them just for the next election. You do constitution for something where they outlive me or you. You understand? You do constitution for cement even the gains we they make in practice. We don't want make some of them things also be left just to the will of individuals, or if a good person become president. We want make then things also the effort for keep this country together, make it be cemented in law. We it's not the ground norm, we not the national constitution of the country. So make we know say this is something that we get for live by. So not for 2028 now, or the election we go follow, but make we not get a situation at this country who say somebody or party we just able manipulate the numbers that in stronghold decide say are able run victory, not just decide them we me supporters and they decide we are care about or decide we care about me. We want to prevent that. So yes, we want a constitution where they stand the test of time, a constitution where go actually protect the investments where we make today. We not for keep this country also together.
So this constitution they propose, the bill, they propose say you forget for be president in the next election, if it become law in 2028 election, you forget 20% of
a minimum 20%.
A minimum of 20%.
Now at least two thirds.
Yeah, we go be
11.
We go be 11.
Yes, of the voting district
across the country. There is another thing we ask. This bill, is it just for the 1991 constitution on elections, or it cover other areas?
No. So this bill specifically now on elections. So basically, what we don't try for doing, like I say, the tripartite process will feed them into the broader constitutional review process. And so we say we take this process to completion. But then that is going to take time, right? We get for take into a referendum, right? Forget a new constitution. But then when it comes to elections are kind of sensitive for everybody. And in the tripartite report, we make a commitment saying some of them reforms here, so we don't undertake them by a specific time. And so we want to keep up to that commitment today. We also want to avoid people treating electoral reforms with suspicion. We want to avoid electoral reforms close to elections, raising tensions, or raising the political temperature in the country. We want the reforms them way they be put in place now. May them come in place. The institutions we get for managing reforms here, so may them test them and really put systems in place on how they can implement them. But also noting, say, as part of a preparation for the next election, you get several other pieces of legislation we need to be reviewed. The Political Parties Act need to be reviewed. The Public Elections Act need to be reviewed. Now, we want to make the Constitution be the anchor, right? If you review that one, then now for preparing for 2028 elections, and then later you review the Constitution we get for those elections, it means you get to go back to them one day because there will be consequential amendments.
But this is part of the constitutional review.
So yes, so this is not part of the constitutional review. So what we don't do, we don't decide for phase the constitutional review process. We don't decide, say, because of the reasons here, so we are just provide, make we take out the proposals we get for do with elections. Make we pass the one and then now in a separate bill. Right? And then the bill go parliament go debate and vote. And then the one that way parliament accept now, of course, no guarantee say this bill will go parliament and they come out of parliament. Right? So parliament go debate, figure out what you're waiting for accept, and then, come out with a law we really supposed to work for the people of this country. But then, just after this pass, we get for continue with the broader constitutional review process. We will make a commitment for take to completion. And in that broader constitutional review process now, we will try for, as recommended in the current report and accepted in the white paper, various aspects say we go get for review, right? We will strengthen the country in human rights framework. So chapter 2 and chapter 3 go be impacted significantly. We go touch on the sections we get for do with strengthening the judiciary. For say we judiciary become more independent, we strengthen the reach of the judiciary for make able respond to the needs of the people in this country. We go introduce other things in the constitution for the first time. Go acknowledge alternative dispute resolution, as a judicial mechanism, as a justice delivery mechanism. We go also get several new chapters in the constitution. There'll be a new chapter on citizenship. There'll be a standalone chapter. There'll be a new chapter on local government because we feel and as current report recommend, need for strengthen decentralization. Now this country also need for remove some of the power in the executive branch and really put them into local government in this country also. We will get a new chapter on public service in this country. We'll get a new chapter on national security. We'll get a new chapter on land governance and the environment. These will be new chapters, and in addition to all other sections we go review. We believe the nature and character of the 1991 Constitution don't change so much that we will call this a new and improved constitution.
So the common Constitutional Review Commission also recommend for referendum on certain sensitive issues.
Yes.
And election issues, the sensitive issues. On this bill, we get anything we get to do with referendum, something we I see independent candidate, a proposal on that, and also the committee on elections as well. Anything they we get for go to referendum.
No. So that was also don't put inside also non-entrenched provisions in the Constitution. And as we I'm going to note in the Constitution for non-entrenched provisions, when you want to amend them, you get for just get the bill gazette. There's a procedure, and then of course get them through a 2/3 majority vote Parliament. For entrenched provisions, when you want for amend entrenched provisions, the Constitution also very clear, Section 108, say you therefore take them to referendum after Parliament don't vote on the bill. So after Parliament vote on the bill, you'll have to take that to referendum. But here is where we stand on this. Several entrenched provisions will be impacted. It's more than 20 entrenched provisions will be impacted, right? I can say just, Chapter 3 of the Constitution, we're at the human rights section inside the Constitution. There are things that we will touch, right? We don't say publicly, we will draft a new Section 27 we get for do with discrimination, right? And close in the gaps in. We don't say we will add a new clause to Section 29 we get for the state of public emergency. So I will say during a state of public emergency, there should be no derogation when it comes to the right to life or the right to be free from torture. We don't say because we don't abolish the death penalty in the 2022 Abolition Act, we go remove that clause in Section 16. We talk about somebody everybody get right to life, but in cases we say in the execution of a lawful judgment of the court, if they sentence somebody to death, then it not go be a violation of that. So we remove that clause, but also certain other things the way we don't call socio-economic rights in the past within a Chapter 2 of we Constitution. We will move them into the human rights section and make them a broader bill of rights. Right to education, right to healthcare. That one and they all go be moved. So then when all entrenched provisions, right? So you don't impact. How do you take that into a referendum? It's a challenging process, right? How do you list these as individual questions? It will be challenging, especially for the voting populace we get. So we own approach, we proposal is that we take all of them entrenched provisions and we go review them, we go revise them, right? Then we'll get new language, you understand? And then nothing say the Constitution go through such significant changes as I say
after
this process, the nature and character go change so much that we'll get a new Constitution, and the Constitution also very clear say if you want to get a new Constitution, you take into referendum, similar to what may happen when the country transitioned from the 1978 one-party constitution to 1991 a multi-party constitution. So we take a single question referendum to the
yes or no.
Yes or no to registered voters. That's what we'll do. I also want to add say we don't develop a very ambitious and robust public education program where we do work with the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. We do work with civil society actors for make sure we provide information or education on every provision we they be impacted in this review process here to the public. So one ensures there's public understanding, then we bring the public along. And so by the time where the public they really go into a referendum for vote yes or no, the public will not get a clear understanding of the provisions where they inside this new and improved constitution. Yeah.
So what's clear is this amendment bill of the 1991 constitution specifically is about elections. Election-related matters.
It's election-related matters.
The appointments of commissioners of the Electoral Commission, other almost percentage you forget for win an election, and also independent candidates, for allow people and for contest as independent candidates.
Exactly.
The removal of in the 1991 constitution twice.
We will say we review the entire 1991 constitution, but then for now, because of all the reasons that I explained earlier, we are amending part of the 1991 constitution for address the gaps in the electoral architecture or for make improvements to the electoral architecture. And then we continue with the broader constitutional review process. We know the journey we done the work for over 20 years. Right? So
where they lead with to a referendum.
Where they lead with to a referendum. That is what we're doing. So that process is ongoing.
What's the timeline?
So in terms of the timeline, two things we go influence this, right? We don't be very clear say we're going to provide a very public calendar. All right? We're going to make public a detailed calendar on the constitutional review process. But then, because of discussions with we colleagues in the political space, the APC, other political parties, let me just say all 17 political parties, discussions with the electoral management bodies, and discussions with we development partners, we say, let's get this out of the way. Because we get this out of the way, it also get for inform the calendar going forward. So we don't say, the plan was for publish the detailed calendar around now, but we don't advise we say, if you put out a calendar now, this process might alter it. So I think, say, let's lay this bill in Parliament, more get Parliament for debate, take a vote, and then we come out with an amendment act to the 1991 Constitution. So the timing of this also get implications on the timing for the broader process.
How much should able get buying? I get the National Publicity Secretary of the Opposition before you come in. I see you meet with members of the opposition as well in your office, and I get the mayor as well within the tripartite committee. We raise some concerns. They say they get concerns as well. Waiting at the buying of this, like election are very critical issues for political parties, especially if in opposition. Waiting at the buying of the review, the amendments of this part of the Constitution.
So first, I get for not say, when I highlight the aspects we come from the tripartite process, people gonna say, this not a government creation, and of course the parts will come from the Cowan report. So one problem we don't get for deal with throughout this process. Internal party outreach don't be a problem. I feel say when we engage with them processes here, so we also get for make with party members they know say we take ownership of the proposals with the inside. For example, if like when my brother say then get concerns about the proposal for make independent candidates run for election, that's an example. Because if internal party outreach they take place, we APC family, or make us say we brothers and sisters na the APC, we have been part of the tripartite process, go able to tell the leadership and membership say this is a proposal that we pushed for as representatives of our party.
So the APC push for the independent candidate?
So here's what I don't get for do. When it comes to the tripartite report, I don't decide say I know they talk about would I push for this, would I not push for this. Because the tripartite report now being APC.
But you red and green pen for highlights would I push waiting which recommendation they will say and which recommendation they will say?
Well, I mean not I mean on that I would do them for this bill.
Yeah.
But on that on the tripartite report I know put color as to which party recommend this, whether not APC or government. I say when it comes to the tripartite report, na collective responsibility.
Okay.
I think it remarkable that when you look at this country in history, right, 11 years civil war, and then more than 20 years later, we get 5 elections. 2 of those elections lead to transfer of power to the opposition, and then yes, we continue to get disagreement, but when we get the disagreement, we not go back to what may happen more than 20 years ago. We sit down around the table, and when we sit down around the table, 2 parties, we don't be at each other's throat, I go say, in this political space for the longest time, able agree on 80 recommendations. That's a good example for the continent.
The independent candidates.
So that's one of the things that we agree on. The provision or the proposal for make independent candidates run for election. Now, one of the things that we agree on, now the tripartite committee, both parties agreed. And it as one of the proposals. That is why it is here. I don't talk with people inside me own government and me own party. We not like that provision there. Just like I'm a border CDA say just now. But I tell them, say, this is something both parties agree to. Now, of course, when you say bring other people along buying, There are other political parties, because this political space not only about SLPP and APC. There are other political parties we're supposed to be part of this process, and we don't try to bring them come along. When I talk about proposals, we take step for modify. That are one of the things that we take step for modify the proposal for make independent candidates able run. And what we take steps for make slight modifications or amendments in. Now exactly for respond to what my brother CDA Tunis say na yaso. Say it go open the floodgates, you can get 200 independent candidates, etc. That is why we don't add language say if somebody they run as independent candidate, yes, it get for be somebody we're not a member of political party. And then the person also get for demonstrate strong financial and community support as prescribed by law. So what we want now for make parliament, make we all get this discussion, parliament prescribed in law waiting a financial and community support. So for some countries, for make you run as a candidate, you get to get a specific number of people who they put their signature and take a bet on you. So we can say for making you run as independent candidate, you for both provide evidence say about 10,000 voters or 5,000 registered voters don't put a bet on you. Then when you know that things that we can provide as safeguards them. Or this might go parliament, we all elected representatives say, you know, we don't want independent candidates, then they remove them. But we don't do your own part. We don't count waiting. The tripartite report recommend, and we don't put another bill just for make sure say we're not hiding anything.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, with the independent candidates, the strong financial issues and community support, why would I not extend that to political parties as well? Say, political parties need for sure, political parties and the way they contest elections, we don't get this conversation, say, you know, then can come after the election and don't lose. You know, you understand.
Well, you know,
there's the issue of registration as well.
So at the count of the registration, you know, the point is, Lama. So first, if you go to the Political Parties Act, it's very clear about the kind of strength with political parties and for sure. In terms of membership, the presence with them for
the official side
across the country.
Yeah. That don't be a very serious challenge.
That is a point. It's not a proposal that I particularly like because I feel say it shrink the space. I feel say political parties, you know, for able function, even if they want to concentrate in a particular region for protect the interest of that particular region or that demographic day. Whether they say they interest in persons with disability, whether they say they interest in environmental issues, etc. Therefore able. So when we put all of the requirements and then it becomes burdensome on them. But that is the law, right? But the other thing we'll get for note is, you know, when people then say, oh, political parties, they disappear just after elections, that's really not the case. Because the point is, you know, because we get a system, we're dominated by two giants, right? The SLPP and the APC. Then they overshadow completely, if you will say, the smaller parties. But that don't mean say the smaller parties they disappear, because since I don't join government, I joined government in 2023. Since I don't join government, I don't do a lot of engagements who say all 17 political parties are present. So that's not a system who say they disappear. Each time we convene a meeting for discuss constitutional amendments or review of the electoral system, all 17 political parties are there fully represented by more than one person. We don't get engagements with them. Sometimes the same political parties who they see as smaller political parties who feel say they disappear after election, they don't take positions on certain issues, they don't submit them positions to government. For example, when we get the tripartite committee, they come together, they developed a position paper, they came to the tripartite committee. They state their own position paper. Matter of fact, they even complain say we had excluded them from the process. So these are people who still want to be on the stage. They still want to remain there and continue to represent the views of their own constituency, however small those constituents are. Right? So that not to a situation wherein you see them disappear. When PPRC they convene the political parties liaison committee meeting, all of these political parties are present. Matter of fact, I will tell you this. I don't go meetings then where sometimes the people that were absent at the meetings then are the representatives from APC or SLPP. But these smaller parties are always there. So they're not disappear. So I think say we need to make sure say we get a space who say then they participate more. And that brings me to the recommendation on the registering political parties.
Yeah, so what's in the recommendation on that?
So the recommendation from the tripartite process, one of course there's a concern similar to by members of the committee, similar to what you don't raise. And so there's this recommendation, see, if a political party go 2 elections and not win seats in local government or at parliamentary level, then for deregister. Because the idea was more not get parties where they exist just in name, like the concern we raise. But really, so we put them now, so because we want to say we are not hiding anything. And again, it comes to the point we have been raised earlier saying, if you look at this bill, not just we on creation, we have drafted. But all waiting the inside now waiting come out of tripartite process or waiting come out of the Kawan process. So that is why even that that proposal is here. But government has a position on that proposal.
What is that government position?
Government position is there because we agreed on it, but it is not a position that we support as government. Because, as we don't discuss with president, the president believes, and members of the government believe, say, political parties exist for reasons more than just winning elections. Political parties also exist for represent the views of the minority. The minority is supposed to get a stake in government. Political parties, they exist for make the whole government to account for several other things that were important to the country. So yes, it proper for make political parties operate even if they don't win elections. So what if we do now how for broaden the space, how for strengthen them political parties so instead of shrinking the space. We feel say by deregistering political parties just because they don't win election, we shrink that space, they will tighten the space, you understand? And then it's even a provision where it might be abused down the road, whether not 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, it might be abused. So yes, government position is that it's not a proposal that we support. We feel say political parties for still registered even if they don't win elections at local government or national
Talking
or national
about
level.
political parties and elections. So this amendment bill, they propose a permanent removal of the first past the post and just stick to PR system
Correct.
as a country.
Correct. Then I'm waiting with the propose, and I will explain.
And
this
it gets
as in-
threshold.
Well, so now that we don't put say that threshold now be determined in a separate law. I think say, the conversation don't focus too much on whether for do first past the post or PR. We want the conversation shifts now to what kind of PR. Because even in this country, right, we don't do in the 6 elections we don't get under the 91 constitution. We don't use first past the post 3 times. We don't use PR system 3 times. And in PR system, the first time we use in 96, we use the wartime model, right? This entire country now be a single block. And then in 2002 and 2023, we use the district block system. So just Nasalon, tell you see there are variations of PR. So sometimes when you discuss PR, people feel say, I just one formula. No. Majority of the world's democracies, they practice some form of PR. And as I don't say publicly, in a lot of the countries, we say people, and the data shows that people are happy with an electoral system, with a governance system, with a democracy. Now countries, then we get PR over first past the post. So we don't consider all of those. But then we also consider other processes. We consider, say, the Kawan Constitutional Review Committee, when it do all the consultations from 2013 to 2017, one of the recommendations then we make, now that this country for transition permanently to the PR system. That and government accept that in the white paper. And then I also say, look, I get before me a document where the National Women's Conference submit after the Kawan report, we say, then prepare within we call the Women's Manifesto. And in the Women's Manifesto, then lay out 16 key things we then feel say important to women, we government for include in the Constitution. One of them things then they would then recommend, they say for ensure peace and cohesion in this country. Because of course they know say when violence day in elections, it affects women the more. So for ensure peace and cohesion in the country, they say the proportional representation system for be entrenched in the Constitution. So broad appeal been there. Of course, a lot of things don't happen since then. That is why we need to have a discussion about what kind of PR. Now, some people say also...
No, the conversation is about what kind of PR, and not whether we want proportional representation or first past the post. That is what this is proposing, right?
Yes,
Just PR.
so you are glad we seen a proposal. Listen to by force. They go to government. They go to parliament.
Yeah, but first past the post now, did it?
No, so so basically, waiting when they take to parliament is that we propose say we transition to PR because government supports that. There are a lot of reasons why PR better for this country. I don't explain the one in there. But also
you had consultations.
Yeah.
So that people and believe say no. Let's still get.
And I cancel that. So
Yeah.
the point is that I say those are existing processes, and I go back to what I've been saying earlier. Processes and we come later. For example, the tripartite process, not come for override or for undo the broader constitutional review process, and come for complement them. And in the tripartite process, I can say the mistake where the tripartite committee make, and this now both government representatives and the APC. We not recommend one model. Tripartite not recommend say may the country do PR or may the country do first past the post. Tripartite recommend say let's have a national dialogue, on a preferred electoral system. And so government say yes, we'll do a national dialogue. Government takes steps for convening a national dialogue, but we even add another layer to it. The other layer will add to the national dialogue. We say before we get national dialogue, let's move across the country. Let's have consultations, right, across the country. So we do consultations. Of course, the consultations not to be facilitator. We hand the process over to 3 facilitators, right? Valnora Edwin, Jope Magbi, well, the alternate elections expert known in this country and respected internationally. And then we get a third person, we an international elections expert. And not to be select them, right? Now, international ideas, we support the consultation process, now then recommend them. And then we take them. So those 3 people, we give them free hand. They move across the country, get regional consultations, and then close them with a national dialogue. And then submit a report. Submit the report to me as Attorney General. When I receive the report, as part of transparency, we decide as government say we share with all stakeholders. The steering committee, we get oversight over the implementation of the tripartite report, share and they. Political party leadership within APC, development partners, we share. And if you look at that report, I'll share a summary with you and the full report itself. But if you look at the report no, really, after them consultations, and the report not recommend one system over the other. The report not come back and tell we say this country has to prefer first past the post, or this country has to prefer the PR system. The report say some people, without stating the percentage, prefer first past the post and state the reason. Some people, without stating the percentage, prefer the PR system and state the reason and say, but if we do PR system, make we reduce the threshold. Some people, without stating the percentage, say, let's have a hybrid system. So we don't take that report. So at some point, government, what make they elect government for make it function? Government has to take a position. Government has to drive a reform, the reform process. So when we take waiting come from the Cowan report, we take waiting come from the National Women's Conference in the Women's Manifesto. When we take waiting come out of this consultative process, and clear examples, I can let for say, in fact, one particular district day where the committee reached, the women them, now the district, they decided to speak as a team. It was a group of women who say, now local council and they, some from APC, some from SLPP. They spoke as a team. They don't make say one person go talk for it and kind of take the stage at the team. They say we, SLPP and APC women in this council, na PR na make there. And because we know say na PR make there, when we ready with the hang heads for waiting good for we councils, we take a position. Yes, then we agree with each other. We come, we drive that particular policy day, we go implement and we cancel. That's a good example for Amplify. So when we look at all issues and the government decides say it will propose waiting really reflective of the broader views.
Yeah, but the broader views where you say with the consultation we now all recently, not give percentage of who that want PR or who that want first past the post. Why not put that to the people's representatives, the members of parliament?
That is what we've done.
But you've put PR. That is what the government.
No, you know, take a bill to parliament without a position. You know, take a bill to parliament and go tell parliament, say, okay, we now decide whether first past the post or PR.
So why not why not have a hybrid? We possibly go get both sides
so that now the conversation we want get, right? So we don't say what we don't put inside here. Now that elections go be done through proportional representation, but don't add say the specific type of PR, including the method of nomination, the method of election, make that be prescribed in a separate law by Parliament. It might be so someone put on the Public Elections Act, or might say make we get a stand-alone legislation. So that discussion now can take whether yes, that PRD for include some hybrid elements. Whether that PRD, some people don't complain, say they don't feel like say they get a say in who that they represent them. In some countries, we get PR before they even prepare the list. They run open primaries. The voters at the constituency or district level or the regional level, now then they determine who gets on the list. Is that what we want to do? That's the discussion we want to get. In some other countries, the list they come, but now open list system. What we don't get now this country, now closed list system. You take the party can prepare a list. But in other countries, you get an open list. So when voters go, they actually see the names where they on the list, then they select the name they want. And then when the electoral commission counts, now based on the percentage with the voters, we the percentage of votes, now they determine how they allocate the seats to the party. Those are all methods. So what we want, and for make we say, yes, let's close this discussion. We know Senator Pierre will go, and then let's now come and have a conversation. We all come and get a conversation.
Government position is we need to go on PR. We need to go PR.
That is government's proposal.
Yeah. So in this
bill. So we go to PR, but then we all get a discussion now on the type of PR will be good for this country.
Let me look at the removal of the vice president following party resignation, expulsion. This been the part of the process where you don't talk about the Peter Tucker, the Cowan, the tripartite. It is part of on a government position because the whole issue about the removal of the vice president can be a national conversation after the Samsumana and Esbai issue. This is not part of the recommendations of the process where you don't explain earlier how it all started.
Yes, so this is one of the recommendations we can make in the current constitutional review process. For really ensure say a president not use impasse for remove an elected vice president. So they may say for closer gap day after the Supreme Court judgment, right? But also when we discuss this in the tripartite committee, then will be one of the recommendations we make. So within people and see again, not to we on creation as government. This now a creation of two processes recommended by the Kawan committee, in fact, better articulated by the tripartite committee, right? Will not be one of the tripartite recommendations. Now don't put now. So for CC, when people don't elect a president or vice president, the possibility of removing that person there from office not rests in the hands of few political leaders, as we see what may happen in the Samsumana case. Wherein Samsumana was expelled from among the APC, and then that become a reason for removal and say don't cease for qualify. So we're basically saying, waiting the tripartite committee recommend we don't put inside this bill now that if somebody lose a membership now the political party, that no go automatically disqualify him from continuing to serve as president of vice president. However, it go trigger the removal proceedings we laid out in the constitution, not parliament. That now we don't recommend.
So parliament to get the power now.
Yeah, parliament will get. So the constitution laid out very clearly how you move a president or vice president. So we say you go trigger that process there. You understand?
So it's not going to be court matter again?
No, we're not going to say, it only become a court matter because Samsumana challenge him.
Yeah.
That is what happened.
Yeah, but there's a process where not only the person go pronounce some or say, I don't remove this person.
That is what we're saying.
There's a process where
there's a process now where Parliament will get now for make sure, say, we follow that process there. And we laid out in the constitution as to how you remove a president or vice president. So that way, we make sure, say, the mandate where the voters give, that mandate did not be reversed by a few political actors.
So there's this other part of, a committee for the appointment of commissioners. I remember we get this conversation earlier, before now, where that instead of the president just announce people we go be electoral commissioners, there is a committee where go put out application, people apply, they recommend to the president. But what's happening in the region is that the president they appoint members of this committee, right?
Well, the point is that we say the president will constitute a search committee, a search and nomination committee. So that search and nomination committee they go do the search and nominate to the president, and then the president appoints from that. I think it's the question where I don't get for face now. Who that they appoint the members them. We say the president will constitute a search and nomination committee.
Yeah, that's still giving president the power.
Yeah.
So not directly appoint the commissioners, but the members of the committee, right?
So presidents they appoint committees all the time. Right? Matter of fact, people even ignore the fact say who say inside the constitution, who say the president they receive advice from a constituted committee on a particular issue, and not even bound by the advice. People that fail to realize that as per the constitution. The constitution say whether they go with that advice or not, not to think we go take legal action against. So the president has enormous powers. But they try to reduce them powers and put some in the hands of other actors. But the point is, what we say, Nayaso, as recommended in tripartite committee, may the president constitute a search and nomination committee with representation from various groups, and also Michael Fate say, what will they do? We're taking some powers from an elected body, the presidency, and we put some of them powers in the in the hands of unelected bodies, the interreligious community, we don't say the legal community, etc., etc. So that self will go for make sure say you understand them systems and they work so the right people they represent them groups and they. Now the question has been, tripartite been say interreligious council, now we say interreligious community, tripartite been say the bar association, now we say the legal community, etc., etc. I think so one of the things that we will get for acknowledge is we could not try to solve one problem that will create another problem. We get for manage this process in a way or that we not open political battlefronts and then groups in there as well. Because you might be faced with a situation wherein as we go close to election or close to the appointment of an electoral commissioner, these bodies might become political battlefronts as well, right? And so you want a process, and we'll work with Parliament on how we strengthen this language after all consultations with various actors. For CC, yes, you don't want a situation where the president they just choose whatever he wants, but it might be a situation wherein the communities or the groups might nominate individuals into the committee,
when
and then the president
influence.
Well,
we go affect the process like you
so the point is that how do we win in this?
Yeah.
Right? Because if you put them again in the hands of the groups themselves, you just raise a point, say that will be treated with suspicion. Right? Say those individuals who they nominate might be politically influenced. Or if the president asks and say, when I send 3 nominees each, make me select the people for the part of this committee. People might say again that could be influenced. At the same time, if we say make them just nominate individuals, the political battlefronts will not open. So we really need a common sense conversation about this and get a system we go work for this country also. Now we get other problems we get for do with this particular proposal. For example, in discussions I don't get with political parties they complain, say we have removed them from the process. They want to be part of this process.
Because the aspect of consultation.
That is the point.
But that has always been a confusion as well between the Udadena power and the main opposition most time about what consultation is and how to do consultation.
So now that makes some people basically feel say I don't get people that don't say to me maybe a better way for going for me could define consultation in the constitution. Yes, and then we save ourselves all this headache because the constitution don't really define consultation. Tell we where that consultation includes. You have a meeting with them. You understand? You get discussion. Then tell you what they want, or you nominate to them. You ask them for provide feedback within a certain number of days, or whether consultation includes if you consult with if you engage the leadership of all registered political parties, whether you take the majority feedback, you understand, for be reflective in the decision we go make. We not only out all of that. So some people basically say maybe the solution to this is to properly define consultation and then we move with that. So yes, I think we accept say this now one of the challenging provisions where we get for deal with in terms of engagement with political parties, engagement with the public, engagement with members of parliament. So yes, we have made a proposal. We're happy for getting discussions here. So we're happy for receive feedback from people. We're happy for receive feedback from political actors. We're happy for go parliament and make sure say the feedback we will receive included in the discussions we would get with members of parliament. At the end of the day, members of parliament, now we elected representatives, we can also take with views to them. And then, all them things and they go be reflected in the own debate and the vote we then go take on what this particular provision here so for look like.
So, but waiting on the proposal right now that the power still there with the president for the committee, for appoint the committee where they do the search and get names and we then go present to the president.
Well, the current situation is the power rests with the president for appoint after consultations.
Yes, I mean the proposal from the bill. The proposal on the bill is that the president get this power still go there with the president for appoint that committee.
The president will constitute the committee. That is what we have suggested.
Okay. Hey, I want to ask about fixed election dates. And as well transition process. I think that now one of the conversation they would only get. How do we fix elections and also say, okay, between this time to this time, if we don't get handing over of power and the ceremony and how we forgo. Is that part of the proposal as well?
Yes, it's part of the proposal. Again, from Kawan in report, Justice Kawan report, as well as from the tripartite process, also just say, let's have a fixed date for elections. Because you also know once a situation wherein, the dates they be at the discretion of the president. Of course, really, when we get this conversation, we get them with honesty. Excuse me. The practice is the president set the date. So we always don't get this 3 months window after the last election. But really, let's be honest, say the last time we left this thing open, so the former president actually dragged them for 1 year. Remember?
Yeah, then extend.
Nobody no extend.
So it just happened normal. Until when they announced the date.
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody no extend.
Parliament no get fixed dates now. Yes. The president get for announce.
Yes, Parliament no extend the life of government.
Okay.
You understand? But the president been drag them, then get a reminder, people then call. You understand? And then eventually set the date. But that you can say EBK do 11 years instead of 10. And so even drag the process. You don't want a situation like that anymore. I think predictability for there should be certainty. People be very clear on when we get elections. Now this country so every 5 years. So we not get a situation where a president decides say, not today, not my birthday, not that day I will election. You understand? We don't want that situation. So we put a fixed date. And these are proposals as well. From them two processes here, so we don't speak to this bill. The Common Constitutional Review Committee report as well as the tripartite report, we say let's have a fixed date for election in this country so every 5 years, and that we don't put inside the bill.
Inclusive of the transition process?
Well, yeah, inclusive. So these are the transition process we don't put. Of course, the current practice is that once they announce the results, they say the next minute.
Yeah, for do this.
So basically, if we get a situation wherein they announce the results at 11:59 p.m., 12 midnight, we swear in the president. We'll not go wait till morning. It affects transition. You understand? It affects transition. I think, with democracy need for grow. And so that make recommended in this bill that you get a transition window wherein the outgoing president get a chance for do proper transition to the incoming president. But also important that we get that window there for allow time for deal with petitions. You know, so would I ever get problem with the election results? Can file a petition. Some people don't complain, say, oh, you know, if you don't announce president, you don't swear in. You understand? Already, I'm in authority. You understand? And so, you know, the judiciary will take it in time or whatever, you know.
Allegiance.
Yes.
And
Yeah, but the point is that, of course, you know, we get a country, I think, as we don't put in the constitution, or as we get in the current constitution, and as we put for strengthening the judicial process, the judiciary is an independent institution. The judiciary not get allegiance to a president. The judiciary get allegiance to the people. We constitute them for making we constitute the judiciary for making them deliver justice, and for making them deliver justice for the people. It's an independent arm of government, and so the judiciary also, you know, supposed to be an institution where they put checks on government. That is why government can lost case in the court. People didn't pay attention to that. But then, you know, we want to make sure, say, you know, the perception where some people get say, oh, once somebody don't become president and the judiciary get for, you know, you get for clear up all of that. So let's have a decent window wherein people can file petition.
3 days. I say the proposed 3 days.
Well, yeah. So the current law says 7 days. But then we say 3 days. Some people don't misunderstand them for say, oh, we don't say 3 days is blanket. We're only saying if we go into if now an election where they go into a runoff. Take note, say when I've been saying earlier that we move from the 55% threshold. We look at the requirements so don't put for make somebody win the presidency. You reduce the chance of a runoff. You don't eliminate it completely, but you reduce that chance, right? So in an election, we will say the parties, the top 2 candidates go into a runoff. If anybody gets issues with that election result, then you get 3 days. But in other situations wherein a winner don't be declared, then the 7 days where they in the law continue for apply. So that 3 days are only for election where they go into a runoff. But whether it's that 3 day window or it's a petition where them file within the 7 day window, we want to make sure now the judiciary able for deal with this matter also within 14 days.
Okay. There is this one way very important. The bill, the mandate for 30% women nominees for election. You know, and with political parties and even where, you know, with waiting we get to right now, the number don't increase, but waiting at the mechanism for ensure say the bill gets any proposal for ensure say political party they adhere to this.
So basically, yes, what do they say now that once you don't put it, so it inside an act of parliament right now, the Give Act, right, where say minimum, say for elective and appointive positions, minimum 30% should be women, right? But they will not get inside the constitution. So this will be a TRC recommendation. This will be a recommendation in the Cowan report, right? This now also one of the things that we the National Women's Conference raised now the Women's Manifesto. So it should be reflected in the constitution. This now also one of the recommendations where the tripartite committee makes a vocan at the constitution. So when you put them at the constitution, you ensure say there's broader compliance, right? So what thing will happen? Political parties now therefore be required for make them constitution then reflect what's in the national constitution. But then it goes beyond just putting this in the constitution. It gets to really putting mechanisms in place. So you not get a situation wherein we go into an election, but you get the risk of women not being elected, right? The last time we get an election, when we say 3 out of every 3 candidates, 1 for be woman, you realize say some parties they put woman in name number 3. So that reduces the risk for woman in the woman then the election. Exactly. So if you take a district, we get 4 representatives, right? If let us say the parties put the woman, the female candidate 3, then the 2 parties, let us say 2 dominant parties end up for win 2 seats, right? Woman not will be represented in that district today. Member Falaba, right? So you don't want that situation. But we also need for make political parties understand say when we say minimum no means a number 3 woman for day. It is okay if all 3 names are women. It is okay if a political party field candidates with all in candidates now women there. Let's get used to that. Let's accept that. You understand? You know, so people like elect for say, oh, na 30% quota. No, we say minimum 30%. You understand? And we also get for drive the discussion. People like not say, in fact, when the TRCB recommend this, it been talk about progressive representation. It happens say, na very late, you know, when President Bioka na office, na it come and put that particular TRC recommendation there in place. But if we been put that in place, now been 10 years, after 10 years, we don't even go above the minimum 30% as recommended by the TRC. So these are conversations we need to forget. But also, what we go for do, when you look at what we put na the inside the Political Parties Act and the Public Elections Act, we go beyond just saying if we be 30%, minimum 30% woman. We go move to the step of really putting requirements for waiting we need for do for make the space friendly for women's participation. It will go for mean say we remove or eliminate candidate fees for women them. It will go for mean say we make commitment and put systems in place so women are not subjected to violence, you know, when they get into elections. And when we talk about violence, we don't only talk about physical violence. We talk about violence with the cyberspace as well, because, you know, online abuse or whatever. Because I didn't say they make them difficult for women them for step up and they the public space. Of course, you get very good women them. We don't able for challenge the stereotypes, you know, we don't able for they out there and on this space. I think, you know, we need for do more of that. You understand? We need for use the woman and they, you know, as good examples. But then, you know, we demand themselves, we get for no say violence in any form, you know, whether it's online or whether it's physical, you know, emotional, psychological, it's unacceptable, because now then things in they make it difficult for women and for participate in the public space. So we got to make sure say we lost them the other level. I mean, they talk about consequential legislation. Yes, and when you pass them also, it will get impact on other pieces of legislation where we will put all them things also in place for really make them possible for make women them able for participate. And then, you know, when we say participation, not to token, not to favor. You understand? Make sure say it's participation. We say we accept say if not woman in the majority, that is okay. That is all right for this country.
So when you table this bill?
Well, we got for work with the calendar and parliament. Not to make it the calendar. We got for work with the clerk of parliament. We of clerk they work with leadership of parliament. For roll out a calendar as to when, you know, the privilege will happen. And then, you know, when we will do, you know, first reading, second reading, you know, when the committee go look at them, etc., etc. So we'll work with Parliament for roll out a calendar, and the public will be.
But you get timeline as a ministry, as a government, when I get timeline on when I want to achieve this.
Well, yeah, you know, one for achieve this like yesterday, if left with me alone, you understand. But the point is that to understand, say, you know, by law, Parliament regulates itself, you know. So of course, government's in preference and for make sure, say, we get this done now, you understand, whether not this month or by next month latest, we've done them. But Parliament regulates itself, and then they roll out the calendar. But we want to do one quick because, you know, it gets implications on, you know, other things that we do. I mentioned the broader constitutional review process. I also mentioned other reforms that we need for pursue. But I think say there's a commitment on Parliament in part for make sure they then deal with this as soon as possible.
So the possibly the window for public participation or consultation will be you know, we go Parliament now. We wanna get the we possibly get for go present to them. The committee, the legislative, the committee stage, right?
No, that window is open now.
Okay.
You know, I think some people, you know, the point is that sometimes you can say, I don't like to discuss this in the context of credit, because really, you know, when you're doing a public service, doing the right thing is what you're there to do. But look, the practice is when you draft a bill, you gazette the bill. Like you been say earlier, people for going to government bookshop and go get the gazette. But because this is important, we take a step, say in addition to the gazette, we also send this electronically. We put them out. Remember, maybe
it wasn't leaked.
It wasn't leaked. No, it wasn't leaked. So matter of fact, make I explain this to people. So we're working on the website for the constitutional review process, right? So but waiting happen now that we want for announce this at the website, but with timeline for complete the website and put them online was affected. So what we did was myself, the Minister of Information and Civic Education, the Chief Minister, we got a discussion with His Excellency the President. You understand? You know, other actors were in the room. You understand? In government, we got a discussion with His Excellency the President, and the President say, this is so important. You understand? With commitment to transparency, if I be seen in this process. And so after that discussion, we decide, say, you know what, you know, since the website not done it, let's send it out to the public. And so Now that make we get all these discussions. So the kekte money self we government printer for don't make. That's how we don't deprive government printer that kekte money day. You understand me? Exactly. Then all my phone. But we like the debate.
Yeah.
This is exactly what in governance is about. You understand? We like the debate. We like the feedback because as we don't say repeatedly, we want to make this constitution be for the people. We want to make this constitution be something where the people go on. As their own. So yes, the window is open now. Me don't they receive feedback from people. You understand? We not see backlash. We see the willingness for engage. You understand? On the entire so. And it's out there. I also tell people, right? Of course, we don't people and they out there with the prepare position papers where they go submit to we.
People can still do that.
Then do advocates to make we call them along. So what I encourage people and for do to just send something out there. We will watch. Not sufficient. We might miss them there. So because not to every, just like to everything you see, not to everything we self they see. If people get views, if people get position on this, we don't open the space. By all means, they can submit them positions and they to we. But there's also an opportunity for make people engage on this with we elected representatives, we members of parliament. So yes, we've been very transparent about this process. We want this to be a very inclusive process, and that's not exactly why we don't take this non-traditional approach. As my brother from Kanike, Siba Kinlek for say, the way we don't handle this, we don't be open. So about this, not to so you have been there.
You don't able engage. I see you get meeting and they ask back with the opposition,
yes.
APC. Waiting at the response or reaction to the consultation or meeting we want to get with them on this.
Well, the point is that I think it was good. It was a good meeting. We talk about the need for work together. We talk about the need for keep this as a very open process. We talk about the need for make we all own this process because look, the APC also acknowledge two things. Then the APC acknowledge significant part of this bill now a product of their own creation. Now the APC been set up the Justice Kawan Constitutional Review Committee. Now the recommendations there. The second part of it is the tripartite process. Now we and the APC sit down. You understand? Significant part of this now a product of waiting the APC self-suggest. So really, they own this as much as we do. I think we all for work together now. For make sure
disagreement.
I don't know if we get disagreement.
Did there is concerns in a meeting? There is concerns on things where you think say legitimate, so some things go on for address moving forward.
The point is that we not get into the specific seats. You understand? I think we don't get a discussion. The studied document, they'll come back with feedback on specific proposals. Like I say, certain things and they we maybe then go say make we tweak so or make we not tweak so. You understand? They don't say they'll come back and we'll go that discussion there. I think it was good for first make we all acknowledge say this is not something we're all able to take ownership of. And then two, we agree say the people, the interest and for they are the center of all of this. And three, we agree say for we make this work for the people who they are the center of this, we need for work together. As much as we'll get disagreement on certain things. When we discuss, we will find common ground, and that common ground will be reflected in the reforms that will be pursued.
So if this bill pass, waiting at the timeline for implementation, and if there are concerns as well in this process, how could they be addressed? So
the point is that of course, if concerns they're going to be addressed in Parliament, and then of course Parliament will come out with waiting will be the law itself, because that's Parliament's mandate. That will be Parliament the mandate. But in terms of implementation, when we discuss with Parliament will study this bill soon. Parliament will determine whether they were all coming into effect now, or whether certain provisions then require transition clauses. Where you put a timeline, say this comes into effect at so and so time, or when the broader constitutional review process is completed, etc.
But the plan is to this go lead with to the 2028 election.
Yes, the plan is
or the referendum.
Yes, the plan would be for make a significant part of them will also influence how we conduct 2028, but then they all will be part of what goes into the referendum.
Is the plan also that we could get referendum before 2028 elections?
So we're doing consultations right now on when will be a good time for get a referendum. Yes, one option now for get them before 2028. The other option now for actually get them alongside the 2028 election.
Mm-hmm. So finally, how this go? Every other election, like you say, President Bill say, we in Bilos's election, there were SLPP get concerns. Every other election cycle, we getting concerns there. How this go strengthen we democracy, electoral process, and governance? We will get to a point say, yeah, like I say earlier, constitution not to think way then they touch so quick one. What's in the assurance that you're leading this and it's an opportunity, like you say, public service. We remember tomorrow Bambai say now Alpha Sisen have been the AG will lead this process, and we get a process, we get a new law where to address we problem. Then what's in the assurance to the public?
Well, this is a commitment to the making law. But the law therefore be followed by institutional strengthening. And so that is why if you take the ECSL, we don't subject them to a functional management review. The first time that has been done, don't open the process and a report don't be presented for how we strengthen systems within the ECSL. So this not to be done in isolation. This to be done alongside other reforms will happen, both in terms of law as well as institutions. We feel when we look at this as a whole package, it will strengthen the electoral architecture in this country also. It is good that a lot of them proposals are so reflective of the people and your views about within elections for look like or how for conduct election. That's not how we for make law. We for make sure say laws they really respond to people and needs them, or they reflect within people and your perspectives or views on certain issues where they affect them. When we do that, implementation easier. So yes, when we put this together as a full package, it will help we for conduct elections in a credible manner. It will help we for hold institutions, including we electoral institutions, accountable to the public. It will strengthen oversight over the electoral system in this country also. It will give space for make the judiciary able for make determination, including on election cases in ways we acceptable to everybody. And when the judiciary does that, when the judiciary does that, people build faith in the system itself. When people get disagreement on something, they'll prefer for use the courts instead of using other alternatives. I think when we do all of that, we'll get a system we go work for we in this country. So a system where we all will build trust in, where go help we for elect the leaders and we're supposed to represent we go help we for keep this country also together. We go help we for live in a peaceful society. And nothing say when we keep the country together, when we live in a peaceful society, it gets direct impact on the social services we were supposed to enjoy. It gets direct impact on how we grow the economy, how people are able for really be part of the development we government supposed to provide for them.
How will you want to be remembered at the end of this whole process where you lead at this time?
I always say when I left this office, I want to be remembered as Alpha Sise, the Attorney General, will make the system here to work for the people. I want to be remembered as an Attorney General. We do this work here so for the people of this country. Yeah.
Yes. I think we go close now. Yeah, and I want to thank you very much for taking your time. I think we've been on the discuss. Say at least people they need for now. I think one thing we'll go do is how do we get this document on our socials and let people see them and read them and understand. And I think it's time we begin engage with members of parliament to answer them. Then process here, we need for truly be part of them, because if we're not addressing the concerns they all get at this time, then we'll go to other, election cycle and the same concerns. But one final question that I will ask you. We got a lot of issues that we get for do with, is it the states against certain people? Cases that we can say they na DPP office, they to DPP. Some involve alleged murder case, alleged cases and plenty, how that process they can work. Waiting, you get data of the number of cases they wanna get. One of the things that we me and you don't talk about, so you don't talk about, don't listen. Now that people don't forget trust in the judicial system, the processes, and get justice on time, not delay, keep people in certain time. If you read the audit report, we get a lot of people in the audit report, a lot of people in the waiting at Pademba Road for minor cases or prolonged detention, and then cases then they in a DPP and all of that.
So thank you for that question. I think even connect to the last question you asked me, I want to be remembered. I'd always say I want to be remembered as the Attorney General will do this work also for the people. And that is why the approach has been saying we reform efforts people-centered. A justice delivery process with a response to the needs of the people of this country. I think within they try for say that we need for see justice as service. Where the government they provide to the people of this country, and when you provide service for the people of this country, the people need forget faith in that service they provide for them. It's like healthcare, a service the government they provide for the people. So that is why when people go hospital, they want to be sure say doctor get for see them. They want to be sure say if na headache then go for get the medicine for their headache, or if na surgery they need then go forget the necessary treatment, and then get that surgery done. If they not get time, waiting they happen the next time when they know when they get issues, then they go to hospital. They'll go to traditional medicine, or they'll decide to take care of themselves, right? That is how we get for look at the justice system. You need an institution where they really respond to people in justice needs, because when people in justice needs not met through the courts, waiting they happen when they need the courts or when they need justice, then we'll take the law into their own hands. Then we'll give up on the system. When they give up on the system, it get that implications for the country. They affect the country in peace and cohesion. It affect the country in economy as well. So that is why we say yes, we need for rebuild with systems. Now, how this system has to work for we inside office. So the DPP is served within the office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. A good for clarify say the DPP not get investigating powers. The Attorney General not get investigating powers. That's how we system structured. I can try to explain to people and say this country has so the whole system structured. Now police then they investigate. When police investigate, they move the file to the Attorney General in office, and then the DPP in team. They review the file. Now the DPP in advice, where they go back, they be determined by the substance we did inside this file also. Now sometimes if the evidence we will send advice evidence for file charges against this person and this person and this person. If evidence not there, we will provide the advice say the evidence not there. Now sometimes it might be say now several questions we will get. We will send them questions and they. Sometimes we will say in this statement they mention this person in name. When I go talk to this person, we'll do all of that. Try to guide the process. Then come. If then come back, the evidence strong, we go charge. So sometimes it's easy for say a day to the DPP or now the DPP advise this, but the DPP in decision making on this they be informed by waiting come inside the file.
Well, I want to expedite the process as well for making get the capacity, human resource, human capacity.
Well, we're growing. We're growing. So first, now for not say, the team they do tremendously well under challenging circumstances, right? Sometimes we can talk about the problems na Freetown, but we also need to discuss in the context of upcountry, right? We say you get state council, we go for cover large districts, right? So it comes with your own challenge. So there are certain things we try for do. We try for grow, we recruit more state council, so we'll get more people when they do this work here. So we dey strive for shortening response time. Now that make we enact the Criminal Procedure Act. When we enact the Criminal Procedure Act, you see say yes, it put a time on how long investigations they take. We reflected in within the Constitution, but also it put a time on a determination of whether the person is stand trial or not. So you not get this open-ended thing wherein you will say, oh, they filed it to the DPP. The DPP self get time, right? And then when it go to court, everything is timed now. You understand? For CC from the time when the person take a plea to the matter for be concluded, everything timed. And for make sure say we shorten the system so that people do not get caught in the justice system. Because when we do that, it build public trust. It close the trust deficit. But there are also other things that we need for doing. I always don't say when you look at the justice chain, now like clearly where you talk about the triple quadrant in project management, right? Where you talk about scope, time, and cost, right? If you alter the time of a project, it affect the cost, right? It affect the scope. If you alter the scope of a project, it affect the cost. It affect the time. So when you look at the justice chain, right, it starts with waiting in at the judiciary, and then it comes to we own office. And then it get for going to court, it get for going to correctional service. So we all get for grow together. If you strengthen one side, you know strengthen the other side, we know they get results. So now that make we try for work, for make we coordinate efforts, for make we get trainings together, for make we also work with police investigators. We are in we collaborate or coordinate with efforts well, that we get involved in the training we police investigators they undergo. We don't say we need for sit down together and develop a checklist, right? So that way when investigators they look into a matter, they look at that checklist day, so that at the end of the day, they go able to provide waiting, go really withstand evidential scrutiny. Because when they not do that right, if that not happen right, it delay the process. Because if it come, we go for send them back, that back and forth, don't delay the process. And waiting will happen, you get people them for give up on the system itself. But once we do all of this, we want for hold yourself accountable, right? In this day and age, if you not go digital, it affects how you do your work. So yes, we want for digitize the entire process, not because we want to do this as luxury, but yes, now because we want to be effective, because we want to be efficient, but because we also want to be accountable. Because what we will do with this, we go open this process up to the public, so the public actually able to see. For example, this week, how many files come out? Now CID will come to the DPP
so
office. You able to track that. You understand? You able to see when this matter has to come
and
up.
Families that we still they ask for closure, then get cases, then go tell you say then case here for more they can CID, then say then a DPP, then a DPP office. Then able get closure for certain matters that we involve them family members.
Well, yeah. So the point that we don't try for dig deep into all them things, and they look. I don't get meetings with a lot of family members, right? I think one of the most difficult parts of the job we I don't do as Attorney General. Now, sometimes when I can get for meet with families, we don't get their own challenges in the justice system for explain to them waiting don't happen or waiting go happen to them case. I've had these meetings. Sometimes with family members, for tell them what's available. But then make them know say if new information come up, we go still look into this matter also. So I empathize with those families we need closure. I empathize with those families we don't be caught in the system. We make they don't lose faith. But we don't be very open to them for say, the one that we come to your attention for state who side in case they. And if no matter, we not get for move beyond investigation, I think we get for be honest and say so to the family members. I think it's part of the work we supposed for do. I can say last time somebody asked me which aspect of my job I take really serious. I can say now when I sign an indictment. Because each time I sign an indictment, I know that my singular signature will get significant impact on somebody or plenty people in lives. Right? Because if I do them right, then it gets an impact on that victim, that survivor, that family will need justice. If I do them wrong, it gets an impact on that person. We likely go down the wrong road in the justice system, and then sometimes we don't even pay attention to the impact it gets on them. I always like to talk about the story of the carpenter. See, sometimes when we get archaic laws, right, or sometimes when we get them wrong, you send somebody, a poor person or somebody live on the margins of society. You send and go court, and then the court get them wrong, or for some offense which don't be resolved at the community level, they get for go jail. We need to pay attention to what they happen to in family. What thing go lead to in Pekin now, we go drop out of school, and then they out na the streets. And then before you marry, then self don't get into conflict with the law. So we need to do all of that. You know, we also need to pay attention to when people get caught in this justice system, how they affect the economy. For a country who say significant part of the economy in the informal sector, people are daily bread. So when you get a system we go on for long, and then somebody get for come every day, he do that 1 year, each day he come in shop not open. Each day we cannot get for dinner in farm. Each day we come, he not get for go drag. And we go drag, when shop open, now that way they take care of him family. How they take care of him family, he get for go buy stuff them. When they go buy stuff in a shop, that shop we get for go buy too, then self get money for take care of their own families, then get for pay tax to government. It is the economy. So, you know, we consider all of them things and when we talk about how we reform this justice system and make sure it really work for the people of this country. And so that is why we also see, you know, we put out a range of justice mechanisms because we realize that people in justice needs them different. Just like health, right? As I make the example. People in needs them different. Some people with a headache. Some people have belly heart. So when people get an encounter with the justice system, they do so because they get unique justice needs. So we need systems where they respond to their needs. And that is why very soon I will in a parliament the mediation bill. We go institutionalize mediation. We will set up mediation centers across the country.
So instead of going to court.
Yes, make people then take informed decisions and go into mediation. Right? And then resolve the issues in a less acrimonious, a cheaper, it'll be handled within a shorter window. 1-2 days, you don't done because certain matters and they really will overwhelm the courts. You understand? So we go through that. We go review the correctional service system. So like when you talk, you know, people we poor or people we not get you know, high status, they go na court and na jail. We cannot have a system where they criminalize poverty. And so that is why we also then say we go table legislation for decriminalize petty offenses. When we decriminalize petty offenses, it will impact loitering. Right? We don't see a lot of people we may too, and may don't see plenty same way with the exercise na beach, right? But you know, other people and they when they do that na beach at particular times, then they be arrested for loitering. You understand? That's criminalizing poverty. You understand? So we go reform the laws and then see we not criminalize that. Traffic offenses, same thing. Payment of debt we get for do like you know, women the way they take microcredit. Right? We at the end of the day when they struggle for pay, the system comes after them and sends them to jail because that is what the law says. So then they all criminalize poverty and status. So we they change the one and the all. So I'll be tabling legislation for CC we decriminalize the one and the. When we do that, people stay out, live their lives, deal with their families grow, then contribute to the economy. But also let's look at how much we spend on correctional service.
Yeah, it decongest.
33% of inmates now with correctional service system. Now for petty offenses, 33%. So when we decriminalize, we reduce correctional service population by more than 30%, right? And then you know we continue to invest in a range of reform efforts. We will really make the justice system work for people, and that people build faith in the system. But we also, like I say, put out a range of options. So when somebody gets an issue, they take a decision on whether mediation or they're gonna court. We will also bring out we will roll out the diversion policy for minors. So ensure minors when they come into conflict with the law, we divert them from the criminal justice process and move them into alternatives. You understand? We don't do a pilot of that. And we don't see even complainants right, against minors. No, I'm opposed to that. Matter of fact, in about 92% of the cases where they come against minors and the complainants themselves, okay, one made the matter proceed to court. So we go do that. You understand? We go also bring in what we call a victims charter. When we bring in a victims charter, I think it's answering the question. When we say, sometimes we say, we have to ask ourselves this question: the justice where we they seek, and the justice way enough for victims. Maybe they talk earlier about reparations.
Yeah.
So when you take a suspect in a sexual penetration or rape matter, and then you prosecute him, and then find him guilty, and then you go jail. You send him jail for 30 years, 40 years. The question still remains, how about the survivor?
Yeah.
Right? So we'll get a victim charter. We go respond to the needs of them people in there. When you take say if you take a murder case, right? You arrest the suspect. We kill, let us say, a man or a woman when a breadwinner of the family. The breadwinner don't die. But then you prosecute the perpetrator, and then you convict him, you go jail. But what happen with the family? So we need a victims charter. They also make sure that the justice process includes attending to the needs of the family we don't left behind. It might actually even be, when I tell you about the story of a carpenter, where you don't send go na jail, and family actually not get anything for do with the crime. But then I then don't end up suffer.
Yeah.
So we are taking care of the convicted person in jail.
Yeah.
But then in family out there they starve. So we got to consider all of that.
Yeah.
In the justice system, we with the design and how we really make sure say this system here so work for the people of this country.
I get a question from one of the groups that we're concerned about the tripartite recommendation. They say, please ask AG about recommendation 50 about PWD's participation and how this has been captured and ensure compliance.
So what we don't do for PWDs, what we been say now that the Persons with Disability Act for be amended, for reflect say persons with disability for be represented in the governance architecture in government, say we recommend progressive representation starting at 2% and growing from there. So it's there, and it's one of those things where we already don't put inside the Persons with Disability amendment bill.
Okay.
We for go parliament, and that we work very closely with the commission, Disability Commission. We also work very closely with the Ministry of Social Welfare, where now in get oversight over persons with disability, and the Minister of Social Welfare. This is one thing we have been very, very passionate about, and so it don't be a strong advocate for this, within cabinet publicly, and ensuring say that recommendation they is reflected in the bill. So really, kudos to Ram for where a really say this work for constituents where they under in ministry.
I'll just take advantage and ask you this question. There is this directive, government policy directive, we've been come up from State House, where say on the Mineral Wealth Fund, they say the Attorney General Minister of Justice immediately terminates the management services agreement with Mount View Consem Management, DMMC, MVK Consulting. There's this community. There are no legal issues with this termination of this agreement.
No, we examine all of that right now. We look at the legal issues in all of this, and at the end of the exercise, we'll make sure as we comply with the directives from the Office of the President, we will do so in compliance with the law. The point is that yes, the agreements stay, but the agreements exist within a broader framework of legislation, and other things, and we consider. So yes, we're discussing this internally, but be assured, say we will be in compliance with the law.
It has not been terminated yet.
It's a you don't terminate overnight because there are processes.
But the directive say the Attorney General immediately That is what it is.
Well, yeah. So immediately means you take the legal steps, right? So so yes, we don't start. You understand? There are legal steps we need for take.
There was this commitment of paying Jenna and Co. some time ago for some legal issues with Marampa mines and all of that. Are we committed to paying whatever we owe them now?
Well, yeah. I mean, the point is, we've been there in court at the US on that, and at the end of the day, the court safe recommend a settlement. Out of court settlement, a settlement agreement. So yes, we're doing discussions with Jen and Co now about waiting that settlement day for look like.
So are we getting the understanding with regards of this? Go give you any other implication?
Oh yeah, the point is that so every decision we'll take would it be informed by the legal issues we don't happen in the past? Would it be informed by the existing law? And it's not only about these decisions, right? It's also about using the experiences of the past, the current issues for reform the laws them the entire sector, so that we not go be caught in all of this. In very soon, in the next couple of weeks, actually, my office they also bring in some experts for do training across the board. So we're not only changing the laws, but we do training across the board for law officers, but also for staff within the various MDAs where they handle agreements. Time for be trained about how to negotiate these agreements, waiting for put in these agreements, and how for review. If needed for review, and make sure we use the capacity building efforts here so for protect the country, for make sure we are not caught in litigation, and that we deliver on things and we work for this country as well.
Finally, and I promise you this is not the final one. Waiting at the state of the extradition request for Josh.
We're in discussions on that. When I say we're in discussions with the Dutch authorities. I don't get several meetings with them. We're in discussions with the Sierra Leone police about concluding the investigations.
You don't get updates from them from the last whole talk, because you've been telling me then they investigate and they need to get back to you.
Yes, I don't get update for them, and then we'll make the outcome of the investigations known publicly very soon.
So you do in discussions on the extradition request. You still there in discussion?
Oh yes. It's a continued process within discussions, and then of course will be guided by law. And once the investigations are concluded, we understand it will happen very soon. That will inform the next steps we will be taking within the ambits of the law.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Minister. It has been a pleasure. It has been very educative. I'm sure we people don't learn and understand waiting at the bill. We get for go parliament, and we serve for help for amplify them, let people understand what's in the happen. But thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thanks to we viewers and listeners we don't join in at the program this morning. We appreciate that so much. The Truth Morning Devotion they return tomorrow 6:30. But as always, as we can say now, members say we all get a part for play for change this country. This bill gave a good parliament, so people are only complaining say they don't sabi the MP, but try to sabi your MP and engage them. If you get concerned, raise them with them. That is how democracy works, and that is how government for work. We will continue for discuss the issues, and I will call experts them and members of parliament them for discuss them. So we all go learn and be informed about the things within inside this bill, and waiting we for know and waiting for get concerned about. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to my colleagues, the technical and production team. We'll meet back tomorrow. Have a lovely day and continue to follow and stay between at Good Media.
When the chaos was over and it was time to officially declare the Sierra Leonean Civil War over, President Ahmad Tijan Kaba needed something remarkable to mark the end of 11 years of horror in Sierra Leone, a transition from war to peace. On January 18, 2002, he burned 3,000 weapons collected from the disarmament program and proclaimed the flame a flame of peace over Sierra Leone. We have created a replica of the flame of peace at the Civil War Memorial to always remember Sierra Leone's journey from war to peace. When the chaos was over and it was time to officially declare the Sierra Leonean Civil War over, President Ahmad Tijan Kaba needed something remarkable to mark the end of 11 years of horror in Sierra Leone, a transition from war to peace. On January 18, 2002, he burned 3,000 weapons collected from the disarmament program and proclaimed the flame a flame of peace over Sierra Leone. We have created a replica of the flame of peace at the Civil War Memorial to always remember Sierra Leone's journey from war to peace.
This is Truth Radio, 103.9 FM.